1, 2, 1, 2, 2, 1, 2. Good morning. If you could kindly take our seats, please.
Was a little bit lazy this morning, I apologize. No, I'm okay. Ready.
Good morning.
Are we ready? Morning.
Morning. Yay. Oh, there were even hands today. Did you see the hands?
Yeah.
So much energy. I love it. Good morning. And good morning to our participants online. Welcome to day 2 from the tree into the forest. That's very poetic, Alex. What's that about?
I thought about you too. The savannah. Not the forest, but the savannah too.
I see. Okay. Well, today we're focusing, right, on the challenges of national associations and public policies. Maybe could you unpack that a little bit?
Yeah. I mean, today I think if I would, we will make a publication from this event. I think this first 3 sessions, I mean the only 3 sessions that we have today, is going to be the core of the thing, because I think all this event was thought about public policies. And maybe most of you, but I don't know most of you, but for those countries who has already reached a status of public policies, know the path of challenges and difficulties and things that you need to pass through to get there. But there are a lot of countries that probably are online, a lot of them, since we had yesterday 375 people in the audience, more than 350, that was the beginning. Mariana gave me this number, yeah. And some countries, then I will address Latin America a little bit, they are dealing with this now. The first governmental departments are of media literacy, freedom of expression, are starting up. I know Leo Pecala is being with Brazilian government once and will be twice this year to kind of consultants. They're inspiring by movement. But we have different stories from different countries. And so we decided to make, I apologize in advance, but I think it would be fun. We decided to make a little bit longer first table, but very informal, like a chat. Just to talk to countries that already reached those status and understand. So we'll be informal, and really straight to the point. I mean, what are the challenges? How was the path? And how is the status nowadays? What does it look like nowadays in terms of public policy? So this will be the first round. Then we move to our mapping of the maps. It's a process that we just start in DCN, that's mapping all the maps and make it clear what is the state of art of media literacy within the world. So we made it by regions. But it's just a start. We have people here, we have people online. And Nikos will moderate this, Professor Nikos Panagiotou. And then the last session as a panel would be about the national associations of media literacy, which I think plays an important role for the nations, for the countries in this process. So we brought some national associations, really recognized it, here together for us to understand this role. But the afternoon will be switched differently a little bit, and I think it will be nice, because we're going to have 2 workshops. Yeah, and I ask you to stay for the workshops because it's going to be amazing. Short ones, 2 short ones.
Short is the key word.
Yeah. No, because we thought that probably a lot of talkative activities after a lot of activities like we are talking and hearing, we have some hands-on experience. So we're going to have with Bart Verstupiens from Comundus, who works in Africa, Eastern Europe itself. He's from Belgium. He's going to make a workshop connecting podcasts, ESGs, podcast SDGs, UN SDGs, and media literacy, that works that he does. And then Miss Loretta and Miss Loretta Cooper and Harriet Boland from the Economist Foundation. We run a workshop a little bit more business driven, media literacy in companies. That was, Jose, the question you addressed yesterday. Media literacy in companies connected to SDG, to the ESGs, environmental, social governance. So how can we address misinformation to these three capital letters? Yeah, these three concepts itself. And then we wrap up. Okay, so the second day is more connected to the field of public policies, and I think it will be amazing. I've never seen so many people from different countries talking about this in the same place. So it was a kind of dream to start with this, but we decided to make a first day conceptual and the second day like this.
Practical, very hands-on.
More practical. More practical, yeah.
Fantastic. So again, as usual, Slido is available throughout the day for questions, for interactions. Please also, for those online, please also engage with our Slido. That's www.slido.com, SLIDO.com, to submit your questions and also participate in the poll. Which country are you watching from? We already know who's in the room, so we're really interested to know all 300. There were not 300 and something answers, so please, we want to see all 300 and something answers on that map of where you are watching from. And then also, don't forget your memes. Alex is available for your entertainment. So
I will sue you all after this. Prepare. Call your lawyers, please.
Nah, just give him a hug and a chocolate. He'll be fine. So again, at the end of it, we're going to have a look at all those really lovely memes that you guys created.
Just kidding. I love that. I need to say.
You
I
do
was
love
just
it.
kidding. I love that.
Yes, of
Yeah.
course you do. I know you do.
I posted in my social media, so I love that.
He accepted it. Yeah. So thank you so much, everybody. We hope that we'll have your full attention and your full engagement again today. And Alex, I'm going to leave the floor to you to run your panel.
Yes, thanks, Aura, so much. Thanks for you. So, there are a lot of people here I need to read because I want to be fair with everyone. Leo, at the first time, was really scared about the session, said, 6 people. I know it was a little bit bolder intention, but I think it will work since it's going to be informal and everybody will be relaxed, okay? So we'll start with our host, the Deputy Director of the National Audiovisual Institute of Finland, the Kavi Leopekala. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you. Take the central position, please. I'll go through Carolyn Wilson, which is the Executive Director of McLuhan Foundation for Media Literacy Canada. Waking up. Then my friend Karen Ambrosch, from the Executive Director of the International Council for Media Literacy, IC4ML. Welcome, Karen. Thank you. It's a very Brazilian way to welcome people, kissing. Our dear Maya, look, we have 2 Mayas in the same panel. This is something, I think it's once in a lifetime, you know. Maya Zarek, which is the head of Division for International Cooperation in the field of media of the Ministry of Information and Telecommunication of the Republic of Serbia. I was breathless, but I could breathe at the end. Thanks, Maya, for coming. Pleasure to have you here. Guna Spurava, researcher from the University of Tampere, Finland, but representing Latvia here, since she's from Latvia. Thanks. You're welcome. Whenever you prefer, wherever you prefer. And last but not least, Maya, you are as important as everyone. Maya Klassen, a program manager from the University of Tartu, Estonia. So, public policies, the challenge of scaling media literacy projects. This is our topic this morning. So, I like to be stood up, but I will sit here, okay? Leo, since we are our host and we had the first amazing day with you, I have a mic here. We had an amazing first day with you, all the speakers. I just turn it on, push it. Yes, working. I think thanks is not so much, never. So thanks again for having us. Kavi's signing with us, all the hosting and signing this project with us. It's been a pleasure to spend those days in Finland. I mean, because of everything, because of Helsinki, the country, you, the things we are seeing. And the first day was amazing with you in Audis Library. And I like to expand a little bit this path that Finland crossed to get in this very privileged position if you compare to other countries in the world in terms of media literacy public policies. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you for inviting me here, and thank you for organizing this event here in Helsinki and in Finland. Alex said that I was afraid of 6 people. I thought that we only have 1 hour, and that's quite tight.
No, okay, no,
so, but now that we have a little bit more time, I'm not worried at all. So I'm from the National Audiovisual Institute, as Alex said, and we are a governmental authority under the Ministry of Education and Culture, and we have a legal task to promote media education and media literacy and also safer media environment in Finland. Media literacy has been my own background. So since mid-1990s, I was working for a long time at the University of Lapland, and that's where I met Tapio for the first time. And he was also there, a professor for some time. And together with some of my colleagues, we started to think that there's something missing from education faculty offerings where I worked, and we started to seek funding to develop a new program, and we in 1997 we then started the first university level program as part of a degree for Master of Education, and that was media education, especially directed to teacher students. Later on, then we developed it into a master's degree, and then an international 2-year MA, and into a PhD program, and it's still up and running. So. And the other university which is doing the same thing in Finland is University of Tampere, where Tapio has also been working. And so these 2 universities are the main universities in Finland focusing on media education and media literacy, although there are, of course, courses available in other universities, mainly on educational faculties. But I do have this presentation, so let's move forward. In 2012, a new governmental office was established, and I was chosen to lead this office and build the National Authority on Media Literacy. In 2013, we published the version of policy paper to guide media literacy, media education work in Finland. And here I have to say that I still use the term media education because I think it's a broader term than just media literacy, and media literacy is just one part of media education and one of the outcomes of media education. But in 2019, a new policy document was published, and it's still valid today. We did the policy document a little bit differently than what is normal standard in government environment. So normally these kind of policy documents published by the ministry, as this one is also published by our Ministry of Education and Culture, normally they are being drawn by civil servants like me or people working at the ministry. So they kind of typically top-down type of documents telling others what to do. in this process, we had a chance to lead the process, and we wanted to do it differently. So we opened up the process from the very beginning and tried to make it as transparent and participatory as possible. We organized workshops with different in different parts of the country to reach out for the professionals and people who were interested in media literacy. And then we kept all the drafts of the policy as it was developing open all the time, available online for commenting for different rounds. And when it was finally accepted and published, we've got a lot of feedback from the community of experts in media literacy that they feel that this is our policy. So it's not a policy by the ministry or by KAVI, by us, but it is the policy of all the media literacy experts working in Finland. So I think that was quite a good success. We hope that we could soon evaluate what has happened since the publishment of this policy, and also then do a revision of the policy. We're still not there yet, but we'll hope that that would happen soon. Many of you were we were discussing together on Tuesday about how we see and understand media literacy in Finland and media education as a whole. And for us, it is really a holistic approach. It's not an entity of its own, and it's very much connected to education as such. And I say that all education is actually media education, because we can't really think of education being separate from the world where we live into, and in that way we try to emphasize all the different aspects of our lives. And yesterday we heard a lot of different approaches and aspects, and we were talking about the feelings, the intuitions. We were talking about the context and the content, trust, etc. So all of these, we need all of these actually to have a kind of complete understanding of what media education and media literacy can be. And although we are a government agency and we have a legal mandate to promote media education and media literacy in Finland, we're not telling people what media literacy definition they should use or should not use, or how should they promote media literacy. We have the overall goals, and actually, as we see it, we don't think that media literacy as such is the end goal. And this was also touched yesterday by many speakers, that we need media literacy for something greater. And we have, and in our own vision, our goal is to build this world as a better place to have a good life for all of us. And that's why we want to promote media education and media literacy. And I think this is really important to remember. We try to remember it ourselves as well. So when we plan our work for the future and we get some new ideas, or somebody asks us to do something, we every now and then stop and check that, is this actually working for a good life? Are we going towards that direction? And again, I don't have a definition for a good life, so that's something that we all define ourselves, and I hope we're going there. So again, it's not the end goal, but it's the way, the path, how we are going forward, which is important. Again, we were talking yesterday and the day before that we hear a lot about how media literacy is very important. And especially from the politicians and decision makers, we hear that they quite often say that yes, media literacy is very important. it changes when it comes to deciding about funding for media literacy efforts. So that's unfortunately the case, I think, in most of our countries, that we get a lot of mental support, but in terms of resources, I think we all could use quite a bit more. Even in my team, I have basically 5 permanent staff members and then few other project people that we've been able to keep for a long time. So it's a very small team. And this leads to the way of working that we started from the very beginning. We realized that we don't have the resources, and we couldn't do this with the staff, with the money that we have. In the country although we are only 5.5 million people, we have great distances, and we have small communities that are very far apart from anything else. So we need everyone who's at hand, whoever is interested about media education and who wants to promote it. And that's been our approach from the very beginning, that we want to work with anyone who accepts the general idea, so the overall goals that are stated also in the policy document. And if they want to work for it, we support them if we can. And we work together in collaboration. So we're not an authority telling what to do, how to do it, and when to do it, but we work together with people and organizations working for this field. And I could say that we've identified about roughly over 100 organizations in Finland, some of them being just like one person NGO, one person somewhere working for this, and then starting from the government, other government offices, ministries, then the businesses, and the local authorities in different municipalities. So it's a great variety of organizations, people, and a great variety of ways of promoting media literacy, which is the richness and the diversity. I think it's the richness in our thinking and our way of working. So we don't even think that we could just have like one way of doing things. Over the last few years, a lot of the discussion around media literacy has been focusing on disinformation and fight against disinformation. And I think it's important, but I also want to emphasize that media education and media literacy is much more than fight against disinformation. And we need to also keep in mind, and we've been talking about the basic things that we need to keep in mind and continue doing. So we need to continue the basic education, like educate children, young people, and the adults to use their own thinking and learn to think critically and be active members of the society. Lately, okay, actually, I could change this. So this is a quote from our current government's program, their 4-year political program, and media literacy is specifically mentioned there as a kind of means or tool to boost critical media literacy awareness of cyber risks in order to reinforce broad social resilience. And now this social resilience in connection with media literacy is the new buzzword, at least here in Finland at the moment. So that's something that has been recognized. And then based on this, because we are a government office under the Ministry of Education and Culture, we agree basically annually about specific tasks that we have for the next budget year. And for this year, we got a couple of new tasks emphasizing this, emphasizing the role of media literacy in building resilience amongst people living in Finland. And of course, this is partly based on the geopolitical situation where we are, and you may be aware that last year we joined the NATO, and we have about 1,300 kilometers of land border area with Russia. So we cannot forget that fact. And they are trying to do their best that we won't. So there is we do face information influencing operations, but not as much as many think. So and the reasons are really not that clear. Why don't we face that much disinformation campaigns as many other neighboring countries of Russia? But there are a multitude of reasons for that. Okay, then I want to go to the topic that was also discussed yesterday, that we by many of you, and that was about trust. That media literacy and critical thinking is based on, a lot of it is based on trust. And in Finland, we base basically most of the functions that we do are based on trust. So we have a very peculiar situation compared to many other countries in the world, that we have a high trust towards our politicians, which is not always the case in many other countries. We trust our politicians, we trust the government. We may not like all the policies and all the decisions they make, but we trust that they're doing their best, and it's transparent. We have very little corruption. We trust our officials, like the civil servants. We trust the police force. We trust the defense forces. We trust the army, so that they're doing their job as they should be, and they're only doing that what they should be. So that's really essential to understand. And then we trust our media. So we trust our journalists that they're doing a good job by journalistic ethics and code, and that also creates a different media landscape where you recognize that, okay, if it's a question of professional media, you know that. Actually, no matter what media we're talking about, the journalists are doing a proper job, and they're following the journalistic code. So that's really important. Then I'd like to ask that. As I said, that I think all the like organized democratic societies are actually based on trust, and the trust is based on assumption of truth. So we have this kind of truth default in our thinking, that we think that when we hear something or see something from the government, or we read the news stories, that it's more or less true, and we recognize that, okay, these are the facts that are being told, and this is the opinion that the journalist may have or the politician may have. But it's we have this truth default. Of course, theoretically, if we believe into this kind of truth default in thinking, it can lead, in extreme cases, to kind of blind belief and blind faith, following somebody that you believe is right and saying the right things, and then you may end up in some kind of like a epistemic bubble, that you only see and hear and believe the things that you want to believe. This was also touched earlier in the discussion. But I think it's comforting to know also that we've had a lot of the discussion about these epistemic bubbles or social bubbles, and the danger that people stay within these social bubbles. But we also have contradicting research results that actually most people don't just stay within some one bubble or one group, that most people still get information and seek information from various sources, and then they make their own judgment and opinion based on the information they have. So I think a couple of years ago we had kind of like we overestimated the importance of social. We are much more complex in our thinking. So I think that's the good thing, being a human being and in human thinking. And as I said, that we have our own share, but and we know that many other countries are, for example, now in Europe, of course, we are connecting the disinformation campaigns and information operations or information warfare. We're connecting it to the war in Ukraine and the stories around that. That's one of the things. And then, of course, what's happening with Israel and its neighbors, that's another story as well. So these are the kind of hot topics where we see a lot of information operations, and they are just trying to break this trust. We feel in Finland that it hasn't been very successful, maybe partly because of the language barrier, that we only have about 5.5 million people who speak Finnish language, and it's not. We're told that it's not very easy language to use properly and learn properly, and so we have some funny examples of information campaigns coming from Russia. This was already a couple of years ago. If I give you an example, they kind of the troll factories produced tweets when X was still a Twitter. And this was around the discussion when we started to discuss that should we join NATO or not, and then there was this very tweet. Spread by the trolls, where it's like different fake identities were telling that NATO cannot save Finland. But in Finnish language, there are different words for saving something. So there's a different word for saving a file, for example, into your computer. And there's a different word for saving somebody from distress. And they used the wrong word. So it was so funny that became a meme that people started to spread because of the wrong choice of words. So that's maybe one extreme example. Yesterday we heard about that how feelings and intuitions are really important, and how we first start to make our judgment and decisions based on intuition and intuitive thinking and feelings, and that's typically very quick. And that's how we are. We're built like that. And there are some like evolutional psychological explanations to that in the times when we needed to react quickly to save our lives, we needed that kind of reaction, and it's still within us in our genes. So maybe so, but we also know that we've been talking about critical thinking, but one of the challenges is that would require slow thinking, and slow thinking means that you would need to take time and to actually think critically and use the information that you have, maybe seek other information and spend some time with the thoughts before you, for example, publish a comment or do something. So we would actually need more encouragement for this slow thinking. But how could we motivate people to slow down a little bit and start to think critically and slowly? I don't know. I leave this question with you, but and I'm happy to hear if you have some ideas. What could we do with it? Thank you. I'll stop here.
Amazing, Leo. Thank you so much. I think we've been realizing during these days that context is everything in this case of scaling projects and even the nature where the projects on media literacy were born depends on different contexts. So it's important that you always underline this in the case of Finland. This is your context. This is how the things went through here. And thank you so much for this. And I think in this case, I will tell you, I will not follow the map, but I will mix it up the context a little bit. But I think it's going to be more interesting to hear from a different context now. So I'm not going down to the Baltics, south to the Baltics, but I'll go to the US, if you don't mind, Karen, to be with you. Because then we move from 5.5 million inhabitants to 250 million inhabitants, 50 states, which I know different realities, levels of research, of implementation, discussion also. And I know the US State Department, the US Embassy and consulates are supporting a lot of initiatives in the US and abroad, so it's a different landscape. So the microphone is yours.
And I have a slideshow as well there, because I'll scare you with it right away.
No, sorry.
Next one, so we have to
sorry,
move.
I just slide change. And sorry about that. It's Karen's.
Karen Ambrosch.
Karen Ambrosch, yeah.
Thank you. So don't worry, I'm only going to start with the 1930s to the present day, and then go through every state. So Alabama. So, so settle in, people. Yes, we're on for a bumpy ride. But I want to share the history of our organization and what we grew out of goes back to the 1930s with radio broadcast. So that's our context. We were very much involved with public radio in its early days. And then when you hear our first name was the American Council for Better Broadcasts, you might think that we were a protectionist organization, but the women that really started our organization very much believed in teaching how to think, not what to think, and not telling people what's good or bad. So I do believe that we have an amazing foundation that then became the National Telemedia Council for many years, and then through those years, our executive director, Marilee Rowe, really took the journal from the point of an organizational newsletter to a international journal that really, I believe, helped housed many of the thought and the people who really developed what media literacy in the U.S. became. And that is through the help of our Canadian friends and our British friends and our Australian friends. We have to give them credit for really helping to develop what we became in the United States. See, I already just went from 1930s to 2021. So there you go. I covered a lot in that short time. So our current organization is the International Council for Media Literacy, in which we do have, our journal is now online and not in print anymore. And those are some of the topics that we've covered. We invite conversation and blogs from students and young people, and we're really trying to broaden the conversations in that way. And then we have an awards program that we recognize people and recognize innovation in Marilee's name. And so I say that because I actually am. I've been in Helsinki for 8 days. I think I'm going to apply for citizenship now. And I'm going to prove it to you. I can speak the language, too. So I went to the Athenaeum and saw Eero Järnfeldt, a painter, and a quote on the wall that said, "Seeing is a painter's most important ability. Looking is not the same as seeing." And that reminded me so much of what Marilee, how she has defined both, has in her family the artist and the scientist in her, and she sees both of them as having the ability to see where others have not yet begun to look. And so I think that also became her definition of what media literacy is, and to see with a critical eye, and to really be present with one's heart, to think, reflect, and act. And recently at a symposium in the Azores, Antonio Lopez described media literacy as a care discipline. And so we really are about helping students to think and see globally, but yet to feel and connect and act locally. And so I was so surprised that I haven't heard the Finnish word used yet, because the Finnish Ministry of Education and Culture has declared 2024 as the year of sivistys. Am I saying it right? Sivistys. And so that is a word that can't be translated into English in one word, you know, and it's similar to the German word Bildung, which is the idea of being, and Marilee would use the French word littéraire. So to be that our goal isn't just our media literacy is the way, but our goal is to create a resilient people who are actively engaged and who think globally and act locally. So that, I think, is our goal. And what we're striving for. But then when you talk about the state of media literacy, you know, in the United States, and you want me to cover all of that, I'm not going to. But it really, I think it started with many grassroots organizations like our organization and so many others who saw a need and a way of doing things, and so many of the work came up from grassroots organizations, and so policy coming down from the top, and I can speak to it from the teacher's perspective. I was a teacher of media literacy and film and English and communication and speech for 23 years, and I understand it from the teacher's perspective because I, of course, thought I invented media literacy in 1995, and then went to a workshop and found the National Telemedia Council, and that they had been doing it for 50 years already, and I was like, oh. All right. So and then I had to find other people. So I worked in isolation until you can find your other people that are working with you. And I think that still is the experience for many teachers in the U.S. in that we want to be everywhere. Something you said, Leo, is that we don't want media literacy to be a separate identified subject area or anything that's going to be tested and that sort of thing. We want to be in all disciplines, but then that also means we're not in any. And so that is the challenge, I think, in the United States, is that, and even when policies do come down, and many states have, and many organizations have worked hard to put the mandates of media literacy into the curriculum, and but now, from a teacher's perspective, sure, go ahead, add that to my list, right? And that's what it becomes, is the challenge that how do we reach those teachers? Because they're usually unfunded mandates, and that means that then there's very little teacher training or cohesiveness in the way that it's rolled out. So that, I believe, is one of our major challenges in the United States. And my goal with our organization, I think some of the directions we're going is that we want to really build conversations with the many different literacies that we're seeing, and that we see the overlap, because I too also see media literacy in everything. Media education is education, so you see it everywhere, but we need to really move beyond talking to each other, a small group, and move and really bring in more voices and try to align ourselves with the multiple literacies where we see ourselves aligned, in order to really offer our students that interconnected worldview, that concept of really making our students into sivistys, the kind of student that we need, the next generation of resilient, capable, thoughtful people. So I'll end there.
Very nice. Thanks, Karen. I love the word Bildung. the concept. I think it says a lot. We don't have a Latin word for that, Portuguese word for that. We don't have it, but I think it means a lot for what we are talking now, Bildung. I think media literacy is more connected to Bildung. Yes, thank you so much for this. I met Marielle Rowe thanks to you and to Carolyn once in person. And I mean, she was amazing. I will never forget it. She was really the media literacy herself, like a person, generosity and everything. Yeah, thank you so much. I will move slightly for another context. Carolyn, I'll leave you. I'll just mixing up a little bit. Yeah, because I like to hear from the Baltics a little bit, because I know I've been to Latvia with Gunnar and to Lithuania at the same time, and the same in a row, and I was really amazed what I saw there in terms of media literacy, innovation. I remember that was the first time I saw a TV show in Lithuania. I don't remember if it was in Lithuania or Latvia. That was a kind of game show of pursuing fake news, 9 o'clock at night on the TV. So it was or 8 o'clock. It was amazing. So it was another reality. But I'd like to listen from Maya Klassen. Do you have a presentation?
No.
Okay, so
I'm
no
going to
problem.
freestyle.
Okay, freestyle. What's the situation? Because Estonia, where Maya comes from, it's 15 years of e-government now, digital government?
Yeah, a bit
or
more.
20, yeah.
A bit more.
They are celebrating 15 years of digitalizing all the services in the government. So it's a small, really tiny country, has its own reality. So tell us a little bit more about you.
Sure.
Estonia.
So first of all, a little bit about me as well, because just in case, the first thesis of media literacy is trust no one without credentials. So just for credentials, I started working on the topic in 2014 as a student activist. I started studying journalism and communication, and in about 2 months, me and my fellow students realized other people should know about this, because the change we had from producing our first stories, be it audiovisual or textual media texts, was really big. We started looking at the world differently. Of course, 2014 is when the war in Ukraine started, which also influenced a lot of our, feelings of safety or even feelings of urgency when it comes to the information environment. So we started a youth organization, and we started going to schools to do propaganda trainings. In the schools, of course, we also got to know the system a little bit better, and it kind of snowballed into, first of all, the NGO started doing or giving out our own newspaper in between Postimees, one of the biggest daily newspapers, which included, of course, always talked about topics important to the youth. So from dumpster diving to disinformation, we had it all. And then after that, I realized that it's something I want to do for a longer time, but I was missing credentials. So after 10 years of working as a practical media literacy facilitator, I decided to pursue my PhD, so certain people would listen to me. And those certain people do tend to be policymakers as well. Here's where we get to the policy part of Estonia. So just for context as well, if you were listening to Leo, and if you know anything about Finland and Estonia, the relationship between the two countries, when you think of policymaking and media literacy, I have always laughed. It's like, when mom tells the big brother, you have to take the little one with you. You have to take them with you. And the big one's, do I have to? And you have the really excited little one there, like, yeah, we want to come with you. So when it comes to media literacy policies, many things Finland has done, we have adopted within a year or 2 years with much enthusiasm, but of course also putting it into our own local context. By the way, it doesn't only apply to media literacy policies. The Web Constable program that really helps with disinformation narratives also comes from Finland. So having neighbors who innovate and learning from them is a really, really good thing. And similar to Finland, we do have media literacy in the curriculum for a while. So since 2011, for middle school and secondary school, media literacy is a topic that is included. It hasn't been worded as multiliteracies, but for middle school, they talk about a theme that pierces all other topics. So basically the same thing as multiliteracies, just not using the definition, maybe because it's too confusing. And of course, for secondary school, in year 11, you have a mandatory media and information literacy course. However, it is a part of the Estonian language course. So it's done by Estonian language and literature teachers. How many of them feel confident in media literacy, and how many of them who don't feel confident skip over the topic and instead spend more time with Anna Karenina or something? So it's a problem, of course, because we are putting too much responsibility on the teachers. When I talk about it with the teachers supposedly having to do media literacy as well, some of them just say they can't keep up. So the media literacy that they do looks like, you know, they would take articles or audiovisual media text and they analyze it together. There is no objectives as there should be. They don't go into depth as much as they should. But of course, that does not apply to all teachers. We are doing extremely well in the indexes because we have had it in the curriculum for a long time. At least half of the teachers are really above par, right? They're really doing great. But some of them skip over the topic, so we still need to support formal education with a lot of informal and non-formal initiatives to make sure that we have the vulnerable audiences as well as the underserved communities covered. Because here's another catch. We also have 25% of a Russian-speaking minority. However, you might have heard, we have some issues with the Russian language, specifically not wanting to produce materials in the language that was forced upon us when they forbade our own language during the occupation. We're a bit sensitive about our language still, you have to understand. So it's kind of like an in-betweener thing. We don't allow any higher education besides Russian language and culture to be in Russian language, right? So if we think about the fact that the Russian-speaking Estonians should get all of their media literacy in secondary school, that's kind of problematic if all teachers don't do it, right? Second, the change to the curriculum that stipulated that the Russian-speaking schools also had to put media literacy into their programs was only done last year. So the Estonian speakers in our secondary schools have been doing really well on the topic, and we have underserved communities that we have called vulnerable in most of our policies. This is another paradox. The Estonian logic has been for a long time that if you are born in a Russian-speaking language, you are vulnerable from birth to death. Of course, this cannot be true, but if you look at the vulnerable groups, or even, by the way, for foreign financing, UK's grants, US grants, they always come for our vulnerable audiences who are the Russian speakers. But if media literacy is a tool to improve yourself, shouldn't the vulnerable audience change at some point? Why is it always the same? Does that mean we're not doing our job? There are a little bit of problems there, of course. When it comes to what we want to see in the schools, as you'll hear from the problems of the formal curriculum or the mandatory stuff, we also want to see voluntary media clubs, voluntary newspapers, school papers, and so on. So the learning by doing part of media literacy. And this does happen in at least half of the Estonian schools. We just carried out research last year. We're really happy for that. And obviously this also kind of calms us down a little bit, because no teacher who doesn't know how to teach about podcasts would even risk saying, let's have school radio, right? They don't have time to like do something they don't know how to do. So we know there is better supervision in the practical stuff. A lot of journalists, by the way, work in high schools on this topic if the teachers don't know how to do it themselves. So if we know that we have it in our curriculum, the logic would be there must be a policy since 2011 as well, right? There is not. There is no policy currently in hand. Leo did a little intro for us in Oodi Library, like you heard, and I was doing some comparisons in my head. So if I remember correctly, you said in Kavi you have 5 people working on media literacy. In our governmental agencies, you also kind of have 5 people. So you have 2 media literacy specialists in the Government Office of Estonia in the Stratcom. Then you have 1/2, depending on if you count the curriculum specialist, in the Ministry of Education and Science, who is responsible for media literacy and coordinating media literacy in Estonia. And then you also have 2 media literacy specialists in the National Library, which also coordinates media literacy trainings in a big way and has a disinformation library. And in addition to that, of course, the national regulator that deals with media literacy a little bit as far as the Digital Services Act and the platforms wanting to support media literacy demands them too. However, we have as many people working there. The biggest investment for Finland for 3 years, was it 11 million? The biggest one in Estonia for 3 years was around 350,000. So you can understand this is an enthusiasm-based field. Many people have worked here and left to actually earn money. There is no long-term plan for financing. There is a constant need to work for what you got. For example, the biggest investment I mentioned, it's the co-financing for the Baltic Engagement Center of Information Disorders. It's one of the 14 EDMO hubs. It deals, and we got the co-financing for the 2 legs of research and media literacy. So that's for 3 years, right? And to get that co-financing of 300,000, because we have no policy, it came in small chunks from 5 ministries and the government office. That means I do 6 times the reporting everyone else does for the European Commission, because they give money for the year, not for 3 years. So that means it creates a situation where for me to even try and get the funds, and I am extremely appreciative that we have the relationships and foundation in the ministries for them to be able to support us, right? But I'm still saying that it would be much easier with an actual policy, action plan, and budget attached to media and information literacy. Of course, we are also dealing with the same issues like everywhere, the question of, you have been doing stuff for a long time. Is it working? And my answer is always, well, let's stop for 10 years and see. Most likely, things will get worse, but indeed, I cannot prove it because we don't have a parallel reality to see what happens if we stopped everything we are doing. One thing that we hope that works really well, and maybe I wanted to add to the strategies around here, we have been dealing with trickle-down knowledge philosophy with media literacy for more than 10 years now. So the idea is, we're a small country, the field is small, it's impossible that we would be able to do media literacy trainings for everyone in the country, even though we try. So that means that we need to make sure that we actually train future trainers. Sometimes we do it in a very strategic long-term way. For example, we have the youth training seniors on digital literacies, but first we train the youth on how teaching and learning works, because just because you're a digital native doesn't mean you know how to teach anything about digital literacy, right? Or, for example, if you go to kindergartens, we on purpose teach things that we know they will talk about in the car on the way home. So the knowledge trickles down into the family home. If we teach in universities, our journalism students take a pledge that they will have to go and do a media literacy lesson. Because if you're a journalist, you need people to understand how journalism works. It's also your problem, right? So trying to figure out how to get as many people on this topic as possible to understand that it is everyone's problem, and specifically in a country with 1.4 million people, no one's coming to save you. Zuckerberg will not be like, you know who I'm gonna be really nice to? Estonians. I can see they're struggling on Facebook. I'm gonna help them out. Loads of disinformation. Never gonna happen. We need to be working on this on an individual level, of doing micro interventions where we can, of not hoping that someone else will deal with the problem. Then we need to deal with the meso level, because, you know, there's a lot of individuals who think they don't need media and information literacy training. They tend to be the ones that need it the most, right? So we need to get in on communities, organizations, and I'm talking about not just like geographical communities, but communities around, for example, shared hobbies. So you can get into new rooms of people who haven't heard of the concept, and we don't even start with, this is a media and information literacy training. We do the training, and in the end, we're like, by the way, this was a media information literacy training, this is what we did, this was the methodology, these were the objectives. Because if we start with, this is a media and information literacy training, on Zoom, people sometimes actually leave. Not really a sexy term. And that brings me to the closing point, which is one thing that I have thought about long and seen in practice. We have tried with several policies. The white papers don't pass because the term media and information literacy seems politicized. It seems like a 1984 novel, you know, there is the truth ministry, one way of looking at things. And you have to remember, censorship in Estonia ended in 1991. That wasn't so long ago. So we're still extremely sensitive about people telling us what to think or what is the truth. So again, we come back to the question of we need to find a way to talk about the end goal and the tool, media information literacy, in a way that politicians understand. My country is preparing for war, so instead of saying we need a media and information literacy policy, I am now talking about societal and informational resilience. The tool to get there is still media and information literacy, but I'm speaking the language of defense, which is now priority number one. Specifically myself, I don't like it. My first piece of research was about definitions. I was, fighting against fake news. If you're a journalist, you can't use this term, blah, blah, blah. But now I've completely moved away from definitions into a very pragmatic question of how can I fit what all of the research community knows into basic terms that politicians and policymakers would want to move on with. If you have the answers to that, I'm super open to all suggestions. Thank you.
I'm more energized now. Thank you. I feel the energy here. Thank you so much. This is quite common when sometimes media literacy issue within the school curriculum starts in language. And sometimes it's hard to take it there and to make language people understand that it's not only about the language issue, but it's about all the issues. Yes? And I didn't know that story. I thought it was more present there. That was amazing for me, a surprise. Thank you very much, Maya. I'll move to Maya too. Maya Zarek, now to know a little bit from the
a little bit less energized.
Exactly, yeah. From the Baltic to the Balkans, yeah. So
Yes.
to know how Serbia, which I think is recent, is joining media literacy within its curriculum. Thanks for coming, Maya.
Thank you for the invitation and for the occasion to share our journey. So yesterday we heard a lot of things, and it changes, I think, what we wanted to speak about, or the methods we're going to speak about today. So it also changed for me, because to me it occurred how much we need policy in this area, also for freedom of expression, for safety of journalists, for media literacy, and so on. So if we go to the international level playing field, we will see that we have a lot of policy and standard setting documents within different organizations, such as UN and Council of Europe and OSCE, etc., UNESCO, and etc. So for Serbia, it's a little different stage, so to say, because we are members of international organizations, but we're also on our EU path, which has its benefits in terms of the policy. So in 2011, we had our first media strategy, and within that media strategy, we had the introduction of media literacy, which was very, very short, few sentences, so to say, but it stated that we wanted media literacy notion to be introduced into education. So in 2013, we started to collaborate with the Ministry of Education to see whether it is possible to introduce into the law. So after that, we had media literacy notion introduced into 2 laws in education. And in 2014, we had our first harmonization since 2002 of the media laws. So with that came the harmonization of the AVMSD, the Directive on Audiovisual Media Services. And with that, we moved on a little bit further with media literacy. So we had also introduced media literacy notion into media laws from that strategy. And at that time, we also wrote the EPA project, so it's a pre-accession European funding. And that project had a goal of supporting the ministry to amend those laws, to harmonize the laws in accordance with all of the rules and acquis. So the way that the policy was done was open and transparent. So the working groups also had representatives from media associations and media journalist associations and so on. So it was inclusive way that we worked on policy issues since then up until now, which I think is something that Leo also addressed, the importance of the way that you do the policy work. So in 2016, and this is also to show how bureaucracy can sometimes take a little longer, I actually in 2016, I wrote a project that was later on started in 2018, and it was supported by the European Union delegation in Serbia. So that project was very, very important for me because it envisaged to have a work group that will produce a curriculum for media literacy. Little did I know, a curriculum was very ambitious. So there we started to have the inclusive working group, and we started to work on something that was handbook for teachers and educators. So the first fight that we had among us was whether we exclude or include the preschool. So I was very into including preschool. I had a preschooler at the time, so I knew that it was quite important. So at the end, we ended up with a handbook for teachers and educators in the formal education 2 years later. And to be on top of the topics that we wanted to be included in the handbook, from the ministry, we started to do media literacy workshops from preschool all the way to the secondary school education. And we had a lot of discussion with children and youth. So the first question that we would ask is, how do you inform yourself? Where do you get your information? And at the time, it was not much different to nowadays. It was all digital media, social media, YouTube channels, and so on. So in the sense of that law then, in the Serbia, it wasn't even treated as media as such within the law. So we detected new topics, and we, within the working group, we exchanged with the network of experts on media literacy each chapter as we were going chapter through chapter. So it was a long work, but at the end it encompassed so many good ideas. And this is now, the challenge was then, and I think it's also now, and you talked about it, so how to make this handbook used at the end. For teachers and educators as an end user. So we tried to make it as clear as possible for them, so to interconnect to all the subjects where this topic can be reached, because we looked at it as a transversal competence, so a cross-curricular handbook we made. And then we outlined all of the outcomes that will go after the lessons and so on. So the handbook is really only meant for this kind of formal setting, to make it easier and more useful to teachers. Of course, the handbook is 480 pages. So we knew at that time that nobody would use it. So this is why it was meant for libraries. So this is why we actually had within the project a digital tool on the handbook. So we had wireframe, and every lesson packed up online, and it was for one teacher to click away. So you can directly go to your section and see all of the topics, and then download it, and then print out the lesson. Along with that, we made also a digital game on media literacy for teachers, where all of the questions for certain ages were put in the app so that they can play with the kids. But I don't think that it really got to life to be used that much. And also within the same project, we envisaged the TV series of 18 topics relevant for the handbook that were produced, and they were broadcast on our 2 public service media, and also on the second public service media, they were translated into the languages of national minorities. But we needed, obviously, funding, and funding came through the project. So the policy itself, it's very useful, not only for the government to acquire funding, but to all other relevant stakeholders to acquire funding. In 2020, we had the honor of hosting a very interesting international workshop on the AI and its effect on media literacy. And Ibrahim and his team came to give us the insightful thoughts and tools on how to do it. And we, as the ministry, we organized it, and we had over 40 stakeholders, our colleagues from other ministries and regulatory bodies and media associations, journalist associations, and so on. So we try to stay on top of the topics, which is also because of the international standard setting field. So and this maybe comes with my job, because the division has 3 pillars. So the first pillar is international cooperation, and it means multilateral and bilateral. So within the multilateral cooperation, I deal with UNESCO, I follow Council of Europe, OSCE, UNESCO, UN, and so on. And then the second pillar is European integration. So there we follow all of the relevant keys, such as AVMSD, the DSA, MFA, and so on. We also are in an observer status within the committees that working on those issues. So you are hands-on with policy that is being created, or you are a part of the people who create those policies. So the third part of the third pillar is that we actually write projects and acquire funding for the activities that we or other stakeholders need within the field that we cover. So in 2020, we were all caught up in very difficult times, the Corona times, but what it did is that it somehow shifted the media literacy and importance of media literacy into the first place of the agenda of all international organizations and also countries, because we were faced with disinformation, especially within the field of health, and so on. So at that time, we had 3 months of lockdown, the first 3 months of lockdown. So with the support of the project, the same project, we actually, from the EU, we started a series of webinars, the two-folded series, one on disinformation, and the other, it was called From the Digital Pacifier to the Digital Rebel, because people were trapped with kids inside and with all of the devices. So it was really well received with people. And there we mapped that we needed more tools for different kind of target groups. So in 2020, the government started to work, the working group, also inclusive in the manner that I stated before, started to work on the media strategy. Now the media strategy for 2020-2025 encompassed the whole chapter on media literacy. And the same group of people worked on the action plan 2020-2022, and today the action plan is being on public, for the next period is being under the public hearing. So to follow up on what you said, in terms of having policies and budgets, it's always tricky to find the budget. So in 2020, I started to work on the EPA project. But due to coronavirus, it was ended up in 2023. So we were granted a project that will be implemented by OSCE and has the objective of supporting the implementation of the media strategy and, of course, in certain parts, the media literacy initiatives. So according to that strategy, last year, in 2023, we amended our two laws with the AVMSD 2018. And what it meant for us is that we now have more media literacy into the articles mapping the public interest. So, for example, in our ROOF, overarching, so to say, piece of legislation, the Law on Public Information and Media, within the Article 15, we have public interest saying also supporting media content that many things, and says media that supports media literacy in education, for example. So we also have it into other laws, and what this provides us is very good potential for development of new projects, of new associations, of new stakeholders in the field, and so on. So in the near future, we will also amend our laws with DSA and MFA, so it will only bring activities further. We also had a project that we co-created, and I think that this is another thing that it is very good to co-create project with the donor community. So we co-created a project with USAID Mission, and it was called New Literacies. And this project was especially oriented towards developing media information literacy for different stakeholders. So the ministry was only one of the end users. So within that project, we developed a handbook on media literacy for parents, to complement the one for teachers. We developed also the media information literacy for public administration. We had several custom-made media literacy workshops for public administration, and also the media literacy entered the official program of the National Academy for Public Administration. And then we also had produced media literacy handbook for business environment. So this is something that I was talking last night, I think, to Marit, about. We need to find, in each of these target groups, we need to find the way of what is, which part of media literacy is of most interest to them. And then with that, it's classic marketing, like find the right message to the right person via right channel at the right time. Exactly. And this is how we get to Coca-Cola. So we want to be like Coca-Cola, but we don't have $4 billion a year to promote our media literacy brand. But what we do have is a very enthusiastic network of people. So for me personally, the policy is not about papers, it's about life. It's about also projects and people. And a lot of people here I know from policy, and you're like Mill family. So this is what we have, a family of enthusiasts, and what family does is when you need someone from the family, you just ask. So this is what I leave you with, and if you need anything from me, please just ask. Thank you.
Very good. Sometimes I think there's one thing that is in common here. If you bring up, down these policies, it not have any traction if the people don't realize that it's important, one thing that you bring. So sometimes it's a double way work. People need, teachers and students and population need to understand that it is important and demand it. At the same time, you need to be ready to offer and build together. And this is one thing that sometimes doesn't match so easy, you know. You need some traction, history to put in the track. But this is something that it not depends on the context. I think it's for everyone. It's a matter for everyone. Yeah. Thank you so much, Maya. So we go to North America again, to Canada.
Back to North America.
Yeah, I think there is something here that is very rich that we are having here is the core of strategy of each country. So different. So how was the strategy in Canada?
Thank you very much, Alexandre. I'll just begin by saying how wonderful it is to be on this panel with so many dear colleagues and friends and new friends. So just wonderful to have the experience and the invitation. Thank you, Alexandre. Yes, the experience in Canada. I'm going to approach this a little bit differently. I'm going to talk a little bit about what happened in Ontario and briefly about some of our achievements using Ontario, the province in Canada, as a case study. Looking at that example, Ontario and the experience there, thanks to the leadership of the Association for Media Literacy, really became an example for provinces and territories in the country to follow. I'm going to use it as an example to really talk about a little bit about what happened, but also how it happened. So the strategy and the process for that, how things came to be, hoping that perhaps you can glean something from that, and then talk a little bit about future directions and some of the things that we're still grappling with and that are still showing up as challenges for us as well. But I will begin by saying that media literacy is part of curriculum in every province and every territory in Canada. So we do have that established, which we're very proud of. I'll move on to my first slide, perhaps. That tells you where I am, and I'm now with the McLuhan Foundation, which I mentioned yesterday. There we go. I'll begin with this slide, and I'd like to suggest that in Ontario, in the 1980s, in this province, we had what I consider a perfect storm. We had a number of key factors that really aligned, that made significant impact on education in the province, that had a significant impact on the potential for media literacy. And so what did we have? We had a few key elements there, and obviously I could go into a lot of detail. I'm just going to share a few highlights about what was happening and how it happened. So first of all, we had action at the grassroots level, which was significant. And by the grassroots level, I mean committed teachers, enthusiastic teachers. I appreciate that description from Estonia. Enthusiastic teachers working in classrooms. So that was a key ingredient. To match that, speaking of the top, we had some very interested, visionary policymakers, leaders at the top, at the Ministry of Education, who listened to those people working in classrooms, who listened to the grassroots level and really thought, this is interesting. What are they doing here? What's happening? And finally, in parallel, these teachers working at the grassroots level established the Association for Media Literacy, completely voluntary, not-for-profit association dedicated to supporting media literacy work in Ontario. In Ontario to begin with, and certainly supported and helped with the development of associations in other provinces in Canada. But just to stay with Ontario as an example, this I find really interesting, and fortunately it came to pass, right? That we had this community of teachers, we had leaders who were interested and paying attention and listening. People have talked about the importance of listening. And then at the same time, this association was being developed. And what did that result in? I talked a little bit about this yesterday. Ontario was the first English-speaking jurisdiction in the world to mandate media literacy as part of the curriculum from grade 1 through grade 12. So it was significant. I'll just say a couple of things about that came up also in the discussion so far this morning. To begin with, media literacy was represented in the curriculum as a standalone course or a standalone strand within courses. And this was the direction from those at the top at the ministry who said to us, look, it has to have a name, it has to have its own place, as it's beginning, or it will be overlooked. People will ignore it, it won't have an identity, it won't have a presence in the curriculum. So that's how it began. Media literacy has evolved to become something that really underpins curriculum across the board in schools in Ontario, but it began really holding that sort of standalone place, and we see it now showing up in new curriculum at the elementary level in Ontario as part of a digital citizenship strategy that is cross-curricular. So that was interesting. So we certainly saw an impact, these teachers having an impact on curriculum and curriculum development. I also mentioned yesterday that the Association for Media Literacy developed 8 key concepts that were part of a really seminal media literacy resource guide for teachers. The key concepts in the resource guide were translated into 4 languages, taken up around the world, and obviously we've seen from Yanti's presentation yesterday and others that these key concepts still have relevance and are still really reverberating around the world, which is terrific. But their inception, their creation, came at the grassroots level by a group of teachers in the 1980s. We saw policy documents being supported then as a follow-up to the resource guide, to support the curriculum, to support teachers, policy documents and resources being created. The Association for Media Literacy, I could talk all day about the Association for Media Literacy. Can you tell I'm a fan? The association, affectionately known as the AML then held seminal conferences in the 1990s, 2 in the 1990s, again in the year 2000. Major international conferences organized by teachers, no corporate sponsorship until the year 2000. There was some involved in that conference. But in the 1990s, none. These teachers doing this on a voluntary basis while they were working full-time in classrooms, but developed these strong international conferences and wonderful partnerships with people like Marilee Rowe and others from the UK and Australia. And that, I think, for me, was the recognition of the importance of this media literacy family, right? Because that group certainly supported all of us who were coming up through the ranks and learning about media literacy and who needed mentoring, and it was always provided. I remember attending the conference in 1990, and I thought, this is special, and my life is about to change, and it really did. And it did because people like Barry Duncan and Len Masterman and Marilee Rowe and others welcomed us to the table. There was room at the table for everyone, and they were excited that we were interested and excited about the work in the field. The other thing that the Association for Media Literacy has developed is a 3-part additional qualifications course for teachers in the province. Each course is 110 hours. Some people would say it's equivalent to work that you can do for a master's degree, but it's an in-depth, really intensive opportunity for teachers to explore not only what media literacy is about, but how to teach it, to explore the pedagogy that's required, to look at strategies for the classroom, to look at strategies and possibilities for assessment and evaluation as well. So that course became developed and certainly has been popular with teachers for many decades, has been offered as a face-to-face experience through faculties of education, and now the Association for Media Literacy offers it as an online experience open to anyone. But teachers from the province of Ontario can receive a specialist certification that actually gives them a particular qualification and an increase in pay. So it certainly carries some weight in terms of receiving this specialist certification from the College of Teachers. So all of this to say that the power of teachers working at the grassroots level can never be underestimated, right? All of the work that has come about in Ontario that has had a significant international impact came about because of teachers working in classrooms. And there might be many reasons for this, which we could sort of unpack, but I think part of it does go back to the fact that teachers are working directly with the young people for whom we hope media literacy will be a benefit. They're involved in and developing a pedagogy of care and compassion and empathy, and interested in making a difference. They're interested in activism and creating an impact through their work, not from a top-down position, but as a journey of inquiry and discovery. And I think that approach to media literacy is really important, and we've seen that. So that's a little bit about this perfect storm in Ontario where all the stars aligned and great things started to happen. Certainly there was activity in the province well before that. I talked about Marshall McLuhan yesterday. I'm now the executive director of the McLuhan Foundation. So people were certainly aware of his work, no doubt about that. And Barry Duncan, the founder of the Association for Media Literacy, studied with McLuhan. So his influence was always with us. But this explosion into the curriculum and this explosion of activity really happened in the 1980s, thanks to classroom teachers. There we go. Oh, not too far. There we go. So I offer this next slide and the points that are here really just to offer some considerations about what we learned from our experience and what we need. There's nothing really that groundbreaking here. This is something that we're all aware of. One of the things that hasn't really come up that much in discussion, but something we became aware of certainly from our work, and no doubt you have as well, is the need for local and regional assessment and research and needs assessment to really find out how to reach particular communities in certain regions. And certainly that became important in Canada from coast to coast to coast. Certainly it's a vast country as well. As our neighbors to the south know, it's challenging to deal with a number of regions with a lot of diversity. So we recognized very quickly that local and regional needs need to be identified and taken into account, right, for movement forward and for policy and curriculum development. We need, dare I say, it goes without saying really, but we need informed policymakers. And so one of the things that I know we've talked about generally, but I think we do need media literacy opportunities for policymakers to learn about the field and to learn about what media literacy involves and what the opportunities are, because we talk about it and I think sometimes we assume that they'll just get it. And sometimes they don't. Now, we were lucky in the 1980s because they did and they were listening. But I think that sort of professional development or that education for policymakers is an important piece. Obviously, to support media literacy and education, we need policy, curriculum, and resources. It goes without saying, but we need those. Certainly, thanks to the explosion and media literacy organizations and communities around the world, I think there is a proliferation of resources today that are excellent and that are available online, and we're really lucky to have those on any number of topics coming out of many different regions around the world, right? But part of the challenge with that, and an ongoing challenge at home, in spite of the fact that the AML is still very active, the McLuhan Foundation is active. We have the Organization of Media Smarts as well, a national organization dedicated to resource development and research. We still have the challenge of teacher education. And often there is an assumption that because teachers are in there in the classroom and because they are enthusiastic and they're willing to do the work, that they'll just get it and they'll just do it. But that's unfair. Teachers deserve the professional development, they deserve the support, they deserve some specialized education around this topic. And certainly from the last couple of days, we've seen how vast the field is. So that's an ongoing challenge for us at home, but I think it's true in other parts of the world, both for pre-service and practicing teachers. And one of the reasons why I really advocate for teacher education, and I'm really pushing for for more work in this field, not only at home, but around the world, is that I believe in the teacher as influencer. And I believe in using the structure of education as a vehicle for reaching young people. Certainly, we can talk about any number of other areas, you know, through libraries and community groups, and all of that's important in terms of reaching young people or learners of any age and supporting them in their media literacy journey. But I believe in leveraging the structures that also exist, and the system of education is one of those. But in order to do that, we really do need the support of teachers, and they need our support as well, our being the media literacy community writ large, and some of the experts in this room. But teachers have the power, really, to influence the education that young people will be receiving. Again, not as the wise elders on the stage, but as co-learners, right, with their students, embracing and becoming engaged in the inquiry process as a pedagogy and as a way forward, as a way of exploring the media literacy world and what it's all about. And of course, the teacher as influencer has been proven time and time again, certainly looking at the Ontario case study and that story of what happened in the 1980s. Teacher as influencer is a real thing, right? It's possible. And finally, the other thing that certainly this event is celebrating, but that we need to continue to work on and continue to build, is the media literacy family, as Maya put it so beautifully, or what we refer to as a community of interest and action, right? However we want to describe that or name it. But that's something that has been established. I think we're really, really fortunate. We do have this fairly strong international network that now we recognize also has an impact on local and global situations as well. But it's something that does need to be fostered and does need to be maintained. And I'll use this opportunity to talk just a little bit again about the McLuhan Foundation. We're really dedicated to helping support and to continue to build this community of interest. We work closely with the Association for Media Literacy in Canada. We work with Alexandra in Brazil. We work with our friends south of the border, Maya in Serbia. We're very interested in, not to leave out my Finnish and Latvian colleagues here, or my colleague from Estonia, very interested in reaching out and collaborating and supporting the work that's being done. And also to recognize and to sort of identify areas where we can make a specific contribution. As I mentioned yesterday, we're also very interested in elevating and leveraging the work and the insights of Marcia McLuhan, and the ways in which those insights or McLuhan's probes can contribute to an understanding of the power of media and technology today. So with the McLuhan Foundation, we're working on really 3 key areas to help to build this community of action, community of interest. And one is the area of public awareness, helping to develop that at home and abroad, working with other NGOs, with community groups, and with libraries to build support for media literacy outside the education community and outside of academia, which is always going to be very important. We want to continue to work in teacher education, and we're looking at partnering with the Association for Media Literacy, utilizing their additional qualifications course for other professional opportunities for teachers. And finally, in a practical way, we have established something called the Global Village Square. So I invite you to join us. You can find the square at mcluhanfoundation.org. And it is a virtual community that we have established, and we invite you to be part of. I found over the years, and certainly again through my work with the McLuhan Foundation, that sometimes we don't know what's going on across the street, let alone across the world. And so the Global Village Square was developed to help build this community, to help support all of us, our interests, our projects, our debates. Right now, it's primarily being used as a hub for information exchange, where people are posting research, publications, news about upcoming events. We plan on activating the square as a site for webinars, for professional development, and ongoing opportunities for communication and collaboration within the hub. So please feel free to join that. It's a global community that many of you have joined. Certainly people listening online are welcome to join as well. I will say it's not completely open to the public. Everyone, however, is welcome. You are required to send a request to join. Automatically you will be admitted, but it's not completely open to the public, so we don't have to deal with the issue of trolls and some of the problems that can arise with completely open online forums. But please write to us. We will immediately admit you, and you can be part of the Global Village Square as well and continue some of this discussion, right? Long after our conference ends today. So finally, I'll conclude just with a couple of things and one upcoming project. And first of all, I encourage you to think about this global community of interest, future directions for our community or our family. I'm interested in hearing from you about what this could look like, what we need it to look like, what we need it to be, and ways in which it can serve some of the needs that you're experiencing in your part of the world or your area of work. So please keep in touch and let us know what that could all be about. So that's the Global Village Square, or this global network that we hope to continue building, also in partnership with groups like the DCN and others. And as I said, we hope that discussion about some of our future directions can continue long after today. And finally, a little bit of announcement for something that we're planning for next year in Toronto, Canada. And this is Summer Institute, looking at including and inviting teacher leaders from various communities around the world to come together to talk about the challenges of implementing media literacy education, challenges and opportunities. So we're really looking forward to that, very excited about that. And I'll be in touch through the Global Village Square with more information about that. And then finally, in parallel, we're also interested in convening another gathering of global experts, not unlike this one, to continue the conversation, to make sure that we don't lose the momentum that has been generated through this event and others. Many of us were just in the Azores with Vitor and Belina, another fantastic gathering. So we're hoping to contribute to a kind of annual convening of global experts and interested participants to continue to explore the field and all that media literacy is about. So I will stop there, only to say I look forward to seeing you in the Global Village Square, and this isn't an ending, but a beginning. Right? So thank you very much.
Carolyn, I think I was the first member of the Global Village Square. Well, I was a kind of mayor. Just when you released, you invite me, I was there was nobody, but it was 5 years ago. Thank you so much. I mean, we have a handbook here already, because so much good information for public policies we gather here on this table. We have already not a 470 pages for handbook, but a smaller one. Yes, exactly. Gunnar, thank you so much for coming. It's a pleasure. I know you are living not actually in Helsinki, but close to here. But thank you so much, and we'd like to learn a little bit more about Latvia. And I think we are a little bit running out of time, so after you, I'm going to wrap up the session because we're going to have some international guests via Zoom. So we need to be in time. But please, we are looking forward to hear from you.
Yeah. Hello, everyone, and thank you very much for inviting me, and I'm very happy to be here. I will try to be short, however...
no, take your time. I don't want to speed it up. You have the right to
I think I could write books and spend my lifetime talking about this topic, but so maybe I will shortly explain at the beginning why I am here and how my life was related to media literacy and still is related to media literacy. Originally, I am from Latvia, and my life started to be related to media since beginning of this century, when I joined to biggest Latvian newspaper at that time as a head of telemarketing, and that newspaper was owned by a Swedish company, Bonnier Group, and they were thinking how to develop their activities, and I was happy to join there, and since that time I stayed in media, and my life was related to different business positions in media, including head of subscription department, head of sales department, head of companies, and so my relations with media started from business part, and as head of sales department of the newspaper, I was invited from Latvia University to teach media economy class, and I was very happy to join. It was around 2004 maybe. And then I realized, actually at that moment I didn't have even master degrees, that I need to get my master degree, and I was studying media there, and I understood that actually print media are going through very, very difficult times, and that we need to think about future, but that future seemed to be very, very challenging for Latvia. And what are those challenges? And I think we need to start, when we are talking about media literacy policy in Latvia, we need to talk about those challenges. And Latvia, even it seems quite big in my picture, is a very small country. And we have much, much less inhabitants as any other country. We are similar with Estonia, but we are at the same time we are very different. And as you can see, that the forecast of amount of our inhabitants is quite pessimistic, and it means that actually we have very, very small media market, and that media market is divided in two languages, and just 2/3 of Latvian population are consuming media in Latvian language, which means that actually the life for media in Latvia is very, very hard, and media needs to find whatever ways to survive. And that defines a lot how audience is attracted by media, and how media fights for audience attention. And yeah, it is in this situation where our country used to be till last century's 90s ideologically controlled by Russia as a part of Soviet Union. We were just learning how to build our idea about what democratic media means, and at the same time we needed to survive in that business environment, which was almost not possible. But still we were trying, and we were trying quite hard till digitalization and process related to digitalization actually changed that situation, and Bonnier Group, who owned the biggest newspaper in Latvia, sold that newspaper to local oligarchs, and that newspaper lost trust, lost audience, and lost normal future development possibilities, which means that very big part of our population who were audience, who were readers of that newspaper, were left confused, and it was around that period when in the world people started more actively to talk about media literacy. And it happened also in Latvia that we started to talk about media literacy. And as I ended my master's studies at university, and I was invited by my supervisors, and who was also a dean of media and communication faculty, to work on UNESCO media and information literacy chair, to build that UNESCO media and information literacy chair. However, we didn't know anything what it means. And my professor, she was very strong researcher, very strong academic, and very with very good reputation in Latvia. And it happened, unfortunately, she died at that moment. And I was a newcomer from media business to academia, and I was a newcomer to UNESCO. And here are friends whom I met first time in 2016 or 17. And it was a time when parallelly in Latvia we started to work on media policy guidelines. Actually, I was not involved directly in this project, and that very sad thing was that the same professor whom I mentioned before, who unfortunately died, was supposed to be as a chief person responsible for whose media guidelines. It stopped for some period in that time. And actually, this is one very important thing what we hear around other countries, that the field is very personalities-based, and it is a very high risk if something happens that we are interrupting very serious developments. And it happened in some meaning also in Latvia, but still whose media guidelines were developed, and they were very general media development guidelines. And as one field of these guidelines was supposed to develop media literacy, it was a good luck that people who were involved from government in development media literacy policy at the time were very enthusiastic and very willing to develop and very willing to work with academia, but it was not such a systematic process as Leo explained in Finland. Still, they did a very good job, and they defined 5 directions, as you can see, and whose directions included as a first research on media literacy. That was clear from our knowledge, what we got outside of Latvia, that research is very important. It was clear that we need to develop knowledge of media literacy in the public, that we need to think about media literacy content in media, and that we need to think about teachers, and also that we need to think about librarians. And we defined these lines. Actually, I am telling we, but they were policy makers, and I was just involved there as a consultant for a couple of hours. But I was very happy that something like happened, because really Latvia didn't know what media literacy means, and that was the first document legalizing it and bringing in political agenda. What is very important, and when Alex invited us, Alex told us that we need to talk about main actors or main players in media literacy field. That institution which in Latvia is responsible is the Ministry of Culture, which is doing their best in this field, but I should tell that there are quite a big problems because of political reasons. As we know that ministries are changing and personals are changing there, and unfortunately is that the way how processes continues again are very much dependent on personalities who were there and who are coming and how they are perceiving media and media literacy. And there were problems related to that. And actually, if you remember, I told whose previous guidelines were for 2016 to 2020, and I haven't seen that new guidelines would be published now. However, I know that government has some policy directions where they are defining development in this area, but anyways, that process have been interrupted again for some time. We are very much related, and maybe to tell dependent is sounds quite hard, but actually it's true that we are dependent from outside financing, and talking about millions or hundreds of thousands seems for me like unrealistic fantasy. I don't know budgets now, but I left Latvia in 2020. I still was involved in some teacher education projects, but I know that in 2019 that budget what Ministry of Culture had was between 20 and 30,000 euros. And but we have supporters from different institutions, and thanks to support of from United States government represented by embassies, thanks to British Council activities and the Nordic Council of Ministers activities, we were able to manage some projects, but I'm not aware if that is the way how independent countries should move forward, that it is mostly dependent from outside financial resources. But at the same time, in education and academia have been a lot of soldiers or members of family or enthusiasts who were keeping that field alive, and my colleagues from University of Latvia, from Vidzemes Augstskola, which is another university, Paul Stradiņš University, and other universities were doing a very good job and were doing their best to develop media literacy and to develop research in this field. One of studies is related to exactly to policy making and development of policies, which you can see in upper corners there. Then a very interesting publication is in the book what Marit mentioned yesterday about development of media literacy in Baltic region, which is written by our Lithuanian colleagues with whom we participate, also with whom we cooperate a lot of in our activities, because our history, our geopolitical situation is very similar. And but there are things that I didn't hear maybe before, and which I wanted to maybe bring in agenda, and I think that we are not discussing enough about the impact of digitalization in media and media transformations and transforming media landscape, and how media literacy should respond to these transformations. And we don't discuss maybe enough about differences in different countries, and I choose this this data from a very recent Eurobarometer study. It is a regular study. Most possibly you know this study, but this one is from last year, and we are discussing quite a lot about different media literacy index, and I should tell that I am very media literacy index skeptical personality, and I would tell if we would be able to manage regular measurement of media use in all around at least Europe and preferably around the world, where we can compare the changes in media use and differences in different countries, it would help us a lot. And you can see here that how much Latvia differs from average European figures, and also from Finland even more. And partly this is also answer what media education development means in some meaning, because we can see that in Latvia we don't use almost we stopped use our print media, and partly it is related to the reasons what I mentioned to you before, because if we are talking about trust, that trust or non-trust in Latvia is very, very specific. We know why we don't trust print media, and but it means that we are not able to use that source of news, and especially hard it is for older generation, which is not using so intensively digital media. And we can see that actually in all groups we are all so-called traditional media groups. We are like a lot of bellows at average figures are only social media platforms are as a very, very intensively used source for news, and this is a source for news. It is not just general usage. And there are also a lot of very different reasons for this, but one reason is that trust, but another reason is that in Latvia, at the same year when Facebook was founded, in Latvia was founded local social network company called Draugiem LV, which means friends. It is not anymore existing, but that company did super well, very, very, very good, and that Latvian understanding about social media is based on their or our experience on using that local social network site, which operated based on completely different business principles. You know that most of social media, most of their business incomes are based on advertising. Then that social media network earned their money based on subscriptions, and that main idea of that subscription was that subscription let you to see who is looking at your profile. And which means that we were not thinking at all about privacy in that moment, and that social media portal was enormously popular in different groups, youngsters, adults, grandparents, teachers, and all around that family, and built like a feeling about very trustable environment, which is not anymore. That even I don't know if that portal exists, but nobody is using it anymore. And so all Latvian audience in very, very short period for audience life or audience development moved through that stage of using one social media platform to another social media platform, which is nowadays used for different reasons, but mostly for also for getting idea about news. And this is the same, just in a little bit different perspective, that if we are looking at young people, and you can see that 59 figure on the screen, which is average European number. In Latvia, it is above 70, which means that actually our young people are mostly using only social media for news, and there is a trend which shows that instead of using as a source of information educated journalists, there is a trend to rely on influencers in this meaning, which can be also good, but there are a lot of different risks related to that too. So this is my last slide, and to conclude, I wanted to tell two things that going outside from Latvia, but more in general terms, I believes that there is a really need to address more attention to aspects that are related not only to content, and it was very nice to hear yesterday about media triangle and audience and content and production, which would be in the way how that triangle explains, would be that field where I would suggest to address more attention, who owns media, how media are earning money, and in terms of social media platforms and search platforms, we know that it is completely different way as traditional media used to do, and if knows that media usage is transforming so intensively to that direction, we really need to pay attention to that. And very last point, which is related but not directly, I believe that we really need to include in all of our thinking about media literacy much more young people in education and also in decision-making, in political decision-making, and thinking about how to involve young people in political decision-making related not only to media literacy, but how media develops in future is very, very important. And I hope that media literacy, family, community, and everyone who is interested in this process will focus attention on these two things. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Gunnar. Thank you very much. I think it was so important to bring Latvia to the stage because we dip in on that year in Latvia public policies, and you brought us a really good portrait of that. I thank you so much, and I thank you all of you because it was an amazing, long but amazing panel. I loved because it didn't make sense to split it. I mean, we are talking about the same thing. I think it was smooth. And before lunch, we have this smooth launch or soft launch of our research. So I'd like to thank you and bring the next panel already here.
Thank you, Alex.
Thank you very much. Aura. No, I'm joking. If you want to come, you can, but no worries. I'd like to call to the stage. Yeah? Yeah, we need to follow up now because we have people from on the Zoom now. So we have a lack of time to open the discussion. But what I encourage you is during the break, we move it forward during the day, you know. Bring this question. We have another session of national associations, which I think is really connected to this one. You can bring the discussion back, because unfortunately I cannot extend more this table, you know. Sorry about that, Ramsey. Professor Nikos Panayotou, please, the president of DCN and Aristotle University of Thessaloniki, Greece professor, and also Caio Marchi, who is going away. And we have here, Nikos will introduce everyone who was here, because...
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning again. We will have actually, we will present an initiative of DCN Global that relates a lot and actually underlines the work that we're doing. As it has been mentioned many times from the beginning of this actually meeting, DCN Global has taken the initiative to organize these specific events as it follows up on our activities. It totally relates with our work. But beyond that, in order to show our capacity and major strength, which is actually to connect the dots, to bring together experts from all around the globe. So we have taken the initiative actually to do something that we consider that it is needed. And actually this initiative, it is called Mapping Media Literacy Initiatives Around the Globe, with the aim actually to learn from each other, with the aim actually to present good practices that exist in various places of the world, practices that can actually be transferred, or things that we can learn from each other. This is what DCN Global does, bringing together, as I mentioned, people, but most importantly, highlighting practices that we consider important to have in mind or to follow up. We have with us actually researchers that contributed to this stage of this report, that it will be concluded by the end of this year. And we covered all the geographical regions, Americas, Europe, Africa, Central Asia, as well as Southeast Asia. We have with us here all the representatives that contributed to this ongoing research, and I would like actually to pass the floor to them, mostly to our online researchers and presenters, in order actually to go through the research. But firstly, I would like to ask them to introduce themselves, and I will start by Caio. Caio?
And good morning, everyone. My name is Caio. I'm from Brazil. I'm a professor there at ESPM, Escola Superior de Propaganda e Marketing, for the past 13 years. And I have a PhD in a university called Pontifical University Catholic of São Paulo. And in my research, I really try to understand how the students were using ChatGPT for academic purposes, and the impacts of the use of this tool in the way that they learn new content. And I'm one of the responsibles for the South America area here in this mapping.
Thank you. And now we'll pass the floor to Wallace. Wallace, can you hear us? Wallace, yes, now we can hear you. Thank you. Thank you, Wallace. Now we will move, there are a lot of friends of yours here, as you actually recognize, so we will move to Peter. Peter?
Good morning from Ljubljana. My name is Peter Čač. I'm a researcher and teaching assistant at the University of Maribor, Slovenia, at the Institute of Communications. And recently, beside journalistic practices in digital environment, I'm doing researching and writing about filter bubbles, media literacy, and audience habits on digital and social media.
Thank you, Peter. And now to Lime. Lime, can you hear us?
Hello.
Hi.
Hello. Yeah. Good morning. Good afternoon from Bangkok, Thailand. This is Wong. I'm a media literacy researcher, educator, and I'm currently researching for media literacy competency for pre-service teachers in Malaysia. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you. Now we will move to Namun. Namun, do you want to present yourself? Thank you. Can you hear us?
Hello.
Yes, yes, thank you.
Hi, everyone.
Thank you. You will allow us actually to start from the practice of Southeast Asia, from Mrs. Wong, that she will actually present the part of her research. We will actually change the presentations in order, due to some obligations that the expert has. Ms. Wong, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Can you see my screen?
Yes, yes.
All right, thank you very much. First of all, again, thank you very much for having me. And this is Wong, and as I mentioned earlier, I'm a media literacy researcher and educator, and I'm currently actively researching on media literacy practices in Southeast Asia and Malaysia. So for today's presentation, I'll be sharing some insights from Southeast Asia
sorry for the.
Non-formal community-based media literacy activities are actually carried out by.
I'm sorry for the interruption. I'm sorry for the interruption. You still have 3 minutes. Okay, thank you.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, you have 3 minutes to conclude the presentation. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, okay, moving on to Malaysia. Right, time is important. Malaysia, the understanding of skills that form media literacy has yet to be formed, to be set into formal education practices. Because in Malaysia, digital skills that we tend to emphasize in Malaysia is very much in computational thinking, AI literacy. All right. So, according to UNESCO Bangkok, very little attention has been given to media literacy, and issues such as misinformation, hate speech are tackled by rules and regulations. So in Malaysia, the Malaysian Communications and Multimedia Commission, MCMC, plays a significant role to combat fake news, right? So for your information, MCMC is a regulator for all broadcast communications in Malaysia. So for MCMC, they actually come up with quite a number of initiatives. One of it is Sebenarnya.my, all right, where it aims to improve media literacy for Malaysians. And they also have another initiative called Klik Dengan Bijak, Klik Wisely. It's another initiative by MCMC to educate Malaysians about internet safety and security. Meanwhile, in Malaysia, we also have Media Education for All. It's the first national movement that aims to empower fellow educators to equip youth with media literacy skills. However, they are civil society organizations. So moving forward for issues and concerns, Malaysia's ministry has encouraged news consumers to develop media literacy skills. However, we noticed that there is a noticeable gap in attention and implementation. All right. So moving next to the Philippines. All right. So for Philippines, I think Philippines is probably one of the few countries worldwide and perhaps the first in Southeast Asia to officially integrate media literacy in formal basic education. So the Department of Education in the Philippines introduced the media information literacy course as part of the K-12 curriculum, all right? And in fact, recently the Presidential Communications Office has also launched a media and information literacy project last year, where they plan to they engage the Department of Education and Commission on Higher Education to oversee the creation of framework on a nationwide scale. So in the Philippines, there's a lot of media literacy initiatives. I think one of the members here, so the Philippines Association for Media and Information Literacy, PAMIL. There's also initiative from out of the box media literacy initiatives for OTV, Afraid to Fake movement. Okay. So some of the issues and concerns for Philippines I think media literacy has, they offer media and information literacy in the school curriculum. However, media and information literacy has yet to be integrated into teacher education institute curriculum. So they have this subject in school, but however, teachers' understanding on the course appears to be limited. So that's one of it. And another concern is that many civil society organizations that are actually addressing and promoting MIL. So these are some of the highlights about media literacy practices in the Philippines. So moving on to Singapore. In Singapore, media literacy is viewed as a life skill, right? So under the current EdTech Master Plan 2030 by Singapore, it somehow highlights the importance of digital literacy and technological skills to distill and discern to the effective use of technology and exercise cyber wellness. So in Singapore, cyber wellness, internet safety subjects are integrated in character and citizenship education, a syllabus taught at all levels in school to pre-university, right? So in Singapore, there's a few initiatives. They have the Cyber Wellness Student Ambassador Program, which was launched by the Ministry of Education. And under the National Libraries Board, they also have this program, the SURE campaign, where they teach people how to evaluate source, understand, research, and evaluate campaign. In Singapore, they have also set up a Media Literacy Council in 2012 to promote media literacy. And they also have a few campaigns under the Ministry of Digital Development and Information on the 5 key digital competencies. So in Singapore, the Ministry of Digital Development and Information and the Ministry of Education actually work very closely to promote media literacy initiatives as well. And these are framework developed by the Singapore Ministry of Digital Development and Information, where it focuses on some focus areas like footprints, like how footprint works. It focuses on cyber wellness, threats and risks of social media, as well as online scams. Right? So moving on, Southeast Asia. So at the regional effort, we have this train the trainers program to address this information and promote.
Dear Lai, can you hear me? Can you hear me? You will have to conclude. Please conclude in like 30 seconds or less. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. So for ways forward, I'll just highlight some of the observations. All right. So based on the observations, for Indonesia, there are initiatives like National Digital Literacy Movement. However, there is no clear policy for integrating media literacy into the education system. For Malaysia, fake news disinformation are addressed through a more protectionist approach rather than media literacy education. In the Philippines, is an example of both challenges and progress in media literacy education, where there is a curriculum, however, teachers are not well trained. In Singapore, they have cyber wellness program, and Ministry of Education and Digital work very closely together. And at regional level, disinformation and fake news remain the strongest driving force for the recognition of significance of media literacy in the region. So, way forward, all right, for way forward, some of the suggestions, all right, probably we can set up the national regional working groups among policymakers to promote integration of media literacy in curriculum, academic fora to examine the feasibility of integrating media literacy, policymakers to increase investment in teachers' professional development in media literacy. We also need to evaluate the effectiveness of the programs by civil society organizations in Southeast Asia. And for us to develop a media literacy module in Southeast Asia, we have to invite teachers as co-creators, right? So with that,
thank you. Thank you very much for being with us and for your very good work, Lai. We will continue. All this, I just want to let you know that these findings will be made available after even today through a QR code, but also it will be shared among our network by the end of this year. I will speak about it later on, but now let's move to, can we have the presentation playing? Okay, so we will actually move now to Europe. If we can change, and I will pass the floor to Peter. Peter, the floor is yours to present the key findings from Europe. Please have in mind that 7 minutes is the maximum time, as we discussed, allocated to each of the speakers. Thank you.
Thank you for passing me the floor. I would like to welcome you all again. To just make a brief overview in Europe about the state of media literacy. Perhaps for those of us who knows Europe and media models that are in Europe, it's not surprising that we came along with findings like Finland, Southeast practices are absolutely fragmented and driven by various organizations. Do I have a question?
No question.
No. I heard someone was speaking something. Perhaps you can switch off the microphone if you're not joining for the discussion. We have chosen just a few of best practices. For instance, Digital Citizens Map, which gives you a really nice overview on the projects going on in different countries in Europe, and showing how much effort is put into building up media literacy on various levels in the Europe. Then we have the Media and Learning Association, which is non-profit international organizations working for more than 10 years. And it includes national and regional agency, which wants to promote innovations in teaching and learning, either on university, primary, or secondary school. Then we have different projects like Media Literacy Week. Perhaps interesting is European Digital Media Observatory, which gives media literacy overview and empowers and informates us with several activities going on in the media literacy in Europe. And then we have another section of European Digital Media Observatory, that's publications overview, where different publications on the topic of media literacy and state of media literacy in Europe can be found. One of the most important key players in media literacy and also some parts of media landscape in general is your Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe. I will show you their media and digital literacy recommendations, which were prepared for as a part of a project, and gives us good inspiration and insight how media literacy should be addressed in various parts of our society. Either it's education, it's professional media, or it's just civil society. Medea Awards, another interesting project awarding outstanding media literacy projects. I think the call is it was just it was just held on the 20th of June. The digital era, also my era. I choose this one because it's targeted to the seniors, the group of users of online and digital media who were brought up in the times of reliable traditional media, in the times when there wasn't easy to access the media unless you were trustworthy or politically forced information, which is another issue in some parts of Eastern Europe. But still, I think the seniors shouldn't be overlooked, and that's why I've chosen this example. From my home country in Slovenia, there is Časopis. It's an online newspaper for children. It was awarded several times, and I think it's like a lighthouse in the media landscape, giving us inspiration and also a platform to raise awareness among the youngest one with the importance of traditional media, for the importance of checked and verified information. Another example from the region is Kosovo, keeping up with digital world through media literacy skill. It was an interesting project empowering local people through education and presenting them with media literacy skills. Teaching Media Literacy in Europe is a report that shows us what's the state of media literacy taught across the Europe. Then we have marginalized groups through approached through community media, which was also an interesting approach, because the media literacy shouldn't be focused only on one group, but it's a case and issue and a challenge for all the society, and not a single group within our society should be overlooked. And that's why I like those kind of attempts. And the last one for this short presentation, also professional media should be addressed accordingly. And that's why European Federation of Journalists, as one of the most prominent media organizations in Europe, develop European Media Literacy Toolkit for newsrooms, helping newsrooms to cope with the misinformation, disinformation, and other forms of fake news in the digital era. So as we see, those best practices from Europe are definitely fragmented, driven by different organizations on a different levels, on a different scale, but nevertheless, they definitely do their job in several parts of the European Union, and that's how they build this whole, let's say, European media literacy ecosystem, which cannot be unified, which cannot be driven with only, which cannot be underlined only with one law or one recommendations, but it must be observed and researched in various ways, and it's colorful in the same way as European Union, as a union of different nations and cultures and media models is. So that would be it from Europe.
Thank you very much, Peter.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation on time. Now that we will move on the next case in Africa. Wallace, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Nikos and team. I don't have a presentation, but I'll go through some of the initiatives that have happened in Africa very quickly. I'll take less than 7 minutes allocated. But first, the background. I think Africa media and information literacy is not a very old concept, unlike Europe and America, where it has been for over 40 years. In Africa, I think the last 10 years has seen a very dramatic growth in media information literacy initiatives. Since the first meeting was done in Abuja, Nigeria in 2013, that is slightly over 10 years ago. Gradually, I think we have had a number of actors taking up media information literacy initiatives. As it is, the ecosystem is not homogeneous at the same time, but this much initiative have taken root, especially since COVID-19. Since we got the pandemic and the misinformation, disinformation, and also the need to counter malicious information, especially during elections and such other. So who are some of the actors? I have quite a number of country actors in a recent research that we did with African Union. We have quite a number of powerhouses, starting with Nigeria. I think the pioneers of media and information literacy in Africa, where the Africa Center for Media and Information Literacy was established more than 10 years ago, and they do quite a number of initiatives on media and information literacy in the vast country of Nigeria, and they have mentored quite a number of other actors in Africa, including ourselves. So there's Africa Mail. I think they have partnerships with UNESCO and the local international organizations to implement assorted meal activities in Nigeria and also the West African region. Going down south, I think one of the other powerhouses that are emerging is the Media and Information Literacy Initiative in Namibia, mainly funded by Deutsche Welle Academy, the German outfit. Meili has been around for a while now, and they do training of multipliers in media and information literacy in all regions of Namibia. They connect to media, youth development and education institutions, and also train youth in around 40 regions of Namibia for 3 months in a year. They have also been able to produce and build educational and videos and posters. Also in Namibia is the National Institute for Education Development, which has trained teachers on the curriculum, meal curriculum and topics pertaining to media, access to information, and also freedom of expression. Neighboring Namibia, I think South Africa is the Lesotho, who have replicated what is happening in Namibia. There is an outfit called the Hub, where they train multipliers for media and information literacy in Morija and Maseru. And they also host meal workshops for 3 months a year, and they also produce media and information literacy education initiatives. Of course, I mentioned the Deutsche Welle Academy project, especially in Southern Africa and also in Francophone Africa in some parts, where they have been identifying meal needs and partners in selected countries in Africa, and they have been able to co-create meal products, fund meal partners, including the two that I've mentioned above, acquire funding and networking opportunities for meal, and also promote meal exchanges across all Deutsche Welle Africa departments globally, and also collaborate with other international donor agencies. What I can say is that Deutsche Welle Academy has been one of the major sponsors of media and information literacy in Africa. The other one, of course, is UNESCO, the regional offices. There's one in Nigeria, I think the UNESCO office in Eastern Africa, the one that we work with here in Kenya. There's one in Cameroon, I think Francophone Africa, and also Southern Africa. They have also, UNESCO, as you know, is a thought leader on media and information literacy in terms of policy, curriculum, and other initiatives. And they have really multiplied activities for meal. Then there is in Uganda, next door here, Center for Media Literacy and Community Development in Uganda, which advocates for using media and information literacy to foster active youth participation, freedom of expression, promotion and transparency and accountability at grassroots level, and community development in general. You'll see that the model for same code in Uganda is very much community-based, and has done a lot in terms of civic education for communities and youth in Uganda. The Cameroonian Association of Media Education, headed by one Pascal, training of meal trainers and advocacy and production of meal into curricula. And they have done a lot of this work in Cameroon and the Francophone Africa, all the way down to Burundi. Then finally, I'll talk about our Center for Media and Information Literacy in Kenya, who we have been catalyzing the uptake of meal in Kenya and Africa through partnerships and advocacy training and research. And our main partners have been UNESCO. Of course, we have also worked with the Deutsche Welle Academy, and recently with African Union. I'll be telling you what African Union is trying to do for meal in liaison with, rather the liaison office for UNESCO in Addis Ababa. One second. Yes, I think what are some of the challenges for media and information literacy?
Thank you.
Initiatives in Africa.
Thank you, Wallace. Thank you. Thank you very much for giving an overview of important media literacy initiatives in Africa that we should have in mind, and we consider them as an important step to develop further and other media literacy initiatives. We will move now on to Central Asia, and I will pass the floor to Namum. Namum, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Professor Nikos, and I'm gonna share my screen. So some of you might wonder, doesn't Mongolia belong to East Asia or Asia Pacific? Yes, but Historically and culturally, we are more similar to Central Asian countries. And as I said before, our organization expanded to Central Asia. That's why I prepared this report for Central Asia. So I would like to start with Mongolia, where I'm from. So media and information literacy is quite a new topic for us as well. So back in 2019, right before the pandemic, we and other 17 organizations, we formed National Mill Network with the support of National Commission of UNESCO. So with the as an alliance, we try to give guidelines and position papers to relevant government officials to enforce policy implementation in terms of media and information literacy. So last year, in the beginning of this year, the government of Mongolia approved the digital literacy competency framework for the first time in Mongolia. So it has six models and 17 competencies. This is actually a very great way to start talking about implementation of media and information literacy into school curriculum. Also, last year, the general law of a law on education was approved. So the national curriculum is currently being developed, and it also has six main domains, and three of them actually critical thinking, creativity, and digital skills. So which are the main components of media and information literacies. So we're watching the process very closely. So most of the projects and initiatives efforts are currently being run by local NGOs like us. So UNESCO and Dutch Academy are the main support implementation. And as an alliance, we organize National Mill Forum. It's been organized annually since 2020, and we discuss the latest challenges and opportunities in terms of media and information literacies, with recommendations delivered to respective organizations. So this curriculum development process is also, we think it's by those guidelines we provided. So moving to Kyrgyzstan, because Kyrgyzstan has the strongest position in terms of practical efforts in advancing media literacy, because they have introduced lessons on media and information literacy for grades 9 to 11 and digital literacy for grades 5 to 6. And also there's a program called People in Society with some of the mill component for grade 7. And also the book and science. So in terms of like implementation, Kyrgyzstan has been receiving most government endorse. Also, they have hosted Central Asian Conference, Media and Information Literacy, with more than 200 participants all over Central Asia. And also they organize different kind of projects for teachers, students, summer camp for high school students, and also organized national competition for the best lesson in the science of with MIL elements. So they also encourage teachers to incorporate their ideas to the mill curriculum development. And moving on to Uzbekistan, they also developed their national curriculum framework, and it emphasizes the critical thinking, creativity, cybersecurity, some of the components of media literacy. And the one thing to highlight is that as there has been several regional projects in the Central Asian countries, except for Mongolia. So they developed this clever game platform that encourage students to have critical thinking skills and media literacy. And once you sign in and level up, they actually incentivize the students for learning the media literacy. And also there's been a number of teacher trainings for university schools and librarians, as well as journalism faculties. And okay, and the Dutch Academy is the biggest player in media and information literacy sector in Uzbekistan. So Kazakhstan, there has been also a number of initiatives with in terms of media and information literacy, but mostly the projects and programs are implemented by local NGOs. But in 2019, the textbook for school children was tested, and it was again revised in 2020. And actually, this textbook is endorsed by the Ministry of Education and Science and recommended for use in high school setting. And also, educational and methodological manual on meal has been developed by the local NGO supported by UNESCO. So it's also in electronic version that everyone can access. And one challenges related to these initiatives are that similar to other Central Asian countries, they speak Russian and as well as their own local languages. So localization and translation of the guidebooks and guidelines are lacking, and also it's clear that there are significant challenges when it comes to implementation of media and information literacy, but I think these promising initiatives are underway, and we're looking forward to seeing more efforts to develop more regional projects because, as I said in the beginning, there are lots of cultural and historical similarities between the countries, and as well as demographically, these countries have very young population who are eager to learn about media and information literacy. So that's all for Central Asia. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
If you want to learn more about, you can.
Thank you, Namun, as well, and for actually giving a very good and insightful overview of the very important initiatives that have been developed in Central Asia. What we should keep from Central Asia are the two main things that Namun has highlighted: young population, a common cultural background that allows actually to develop media literacy initiatives that combine also an element of digital literacy, but mostly focus upon providing an understanding of and the use of media as a tool actually of development. Thank you. And now we will pass the floor to America, to Caio. Caio, the floor is yours.
And can you start working again? Okay. I wrote a test to help me today, and I'm going to read it. And I know you're hungry and a little bit tired, but as Alexander always say, please don't leave me, okay? It won't take so long. I'm going to speak like in 6 minutes, so let's go together. And so before I show you some interesting projects we found during this mapping, I would like to share some important numbers about the relationship between South American people, media, and the topic of misinformation and disinformation. The first interesting number is about the trust people in Argentina, Brazil, Colombia, Chile, and Peru have in news media. I'm going to tell the numbers. Yeah, you can see on slide. According to the report, The Future of Trust Media, Argentina, Colombia, Chile, and Peru have trust levels below the global average, which is 40%. Only Brazil exceeds this average with 43%. The second important number is about the proportion of people who pay for online news in this region. In Chile, only 12% said they pay for online news. This number is 15 in Argentina and Colombia, 16 in Peru, 19 in Brazil, again, the only country above the global average, which is 16%. When asked about the ability on an average person in their own country to distinguish between false and true content and their own ability to do so, we see that respondents believe more in their own ability, 71%, than in the ability of others in their countries to distinguish false and true content. Finally, on average, 71% of respondents from Argentina, Brazil, Colombia, Chile, and Peru believe that AI make it easier to create false content. Despite this, only 51% believe that they can increase misinformation and disinformation. This number shows us, I think that, you can go one, These numbers show us some of the challenges found in South America regarding media literacy and trust in media. So if you want to see the whole report, you can send me a message and then I can send you the whole document. For the mapping, we used the report Mapping of Media Information Literacy Initiatives in Iberoamerica, developed by PRI, and UNESCO. It shows that there was a 150 increase in the number of MIL projects between 2019 and 2023 in this area. These initiatives mostly consist of direct collaboration with schools or specific groups in society and education or teaching materials. They are mainly aimed at children, teachers, and families to seek to promote critical media skills and thinking about misinformation and disinformation. The PRI and UNESCO report mention a total of 52 projects, 21 of which are specific to South America. Argentina and Colombia are the countries with the most MIL initiatives, with 5 each one. In Argentina, I think you can go. In Argentina, we can highlight the Paca Paca Invention Council project. This council is made up of children aged by 7 to 11 who create new cultural ideas for the children's TV channel Paca Paca. In Brazil, besides the projects by Zyngast, right? No, Alexander is here, like the best organization in South America, right? We have the organization Redes Cordiais. This organization promotes dialogue and information for a healthier and more reliable digital environment. In Colombia, one of the many projects is Profe en tu Casa. This is an education program by RTVC and was designed to create critical audiences with free content. Finally, there are the workshops for adults and children by the National Television Council on Chile. These workshops teach about how television works. Also, there is a virtual course by the Communication Council in Ecuador. This course helps workers, students, and general public to be more critical. So I think this one is the key points of the mapping of South America, and I think that's it.
Thank you, Caio. Thank you very much. I would like to stress out the following things, that this is an initiative of DCN Global in actually to map the field. Is it needed? Yes, because it actually provides everyone with a comprehensive overview of what are the initiatives, so allowing actually to connect to each other. Secondly, it is based upon the next steps that we will actually initiate following this event, that it is part of a wide literacy, of a wide media literacy initiative that we have taken, and it relates a lot with teachers training as well as the publication of this report, we hope that it will be a useful resource for everyone. While on the same time, if any of you that you are present, you want to join this team for this report, please free to contact us in order actually to do these steps together. I don't know if there are any questions or if you want to if you want to ask something regarding a deeper overview of what it has been presented. Just to give you an overall about it. Media literacy, as everyone can understand, it became a very hot topic, especially after the 2016 general discussion about disinformation. It's actually something that it informs a lot of central policies of the government. There are cases, as it has been presented, like Finland, that it was the main domain years ago. So these cases highlight actually very good examples that should be introduced in the rest of the world, and this is why we have, among other reasons, we have chosen to do this event in Finland. There is a growing concern and emphasis also in Southeast Asia. It has been very well presented from LA, and also we will follow up in the panels that it will follow. In Central Asia, there is a growing, there are also important initiatives that emphasize a lot in promoting media literacy with a special emphasis in youth. In Europe also, there is, in the last years, initiatives that emphasize a lot in promoting media literacy in youth, but equally to senior citizens. Media literacy in Europe, it is being seen as a way actually to incorporate as a tool for social inclusion among the others. And also what Caio presented in Americas and what we have witnessed based on some webinars that we have conducted, there is a linkage between media literacy as a tool for social development, but also as a way to address disinformation. Michelle, yes.
Great to know what's going on, but that structure of how these programs are being funded.
Yes.
I don't know if that.
This is a part of it, of where it is funded, because there is a specific mention and linkage. It has been presented actually both from Peter and Naum, etc., where this funding comes. But it will be an overall overview at the report that it will be published. Okay, we will share with you a QR code for these findings, so you will have access. Caio?
Yeah, I think that you can scan the QR code.
It's taking things behind my back.
Yeah, you can scan the QR code to access the presentation, and you can click in the name of the initiative, and you're going to go to the site or the page to download the report or something like this. Okay, so you can access the document that we presented here.
Thank you. Now it's lunchtime. Thank you very much.
But you look incredibly beautiful and handsome, all of you. You look lovely. I promise. Huh? Thanks, Gil.
Hi. Anna, can we start? It's already on? Oh, yeah. Mari, are you going to put the evaluation now too? Yeah. Ora, just before we move to the last session, but actually last panel, but not last session, because we have this panel which is very interesting and important, because it's going to bridge the public policies with national associations of media literacy, which is very important. But after that, we have 2 workshops, and so please stay for the workshops because they're going to be amazing, yeah. And then we finish. So it's our time to enjoy, you know, we're going to wrap up, of course, with next steps and outcomes, 5 minutes of next steps and outcomes to keep this community alive, yeah? Ora, before she's going to be she says everything is beautiful to everyone, don't believe her. She said to me too.
Is he not handsome?
No.
Does he not look great?
No?
No. Alex, you have haters,
Yeah,
hey?
I have and she's from Portugal, can you believe it?
Oh my days.
No, I'm kidding. She's so kind. But before you start, just for you, one important thing on behalf of DCN. We have an evaluation of the event. It's really quick. It's like 1.5 minutes to do it. So we're gonna put it on the group. I don't know if here in the screen too. Yeah, in the screen too. Only on the group. So if you can take your time on the WhatsApp group just to fill in, okay? That to be on email too. Yeah. Yeah, that's good, Yanti. Yeah, Mari, if you can send an email to all of them too, because some people don't have WhatsApp, so that would be amazing. Thanks, Mari. And Ora, is it with you? The show is with you.
Yes, I'm gonna call you up. I'm gonna make it fancy. Yeah. So welcome back to everybody online. Thank you again for joining us for the final stretch of this Unlocking Media Literacy as we shape tomorrow's minds. I would deeply appreciate your full attention. Thank you so much. Yes, I am a teacher, yes. I would have just activated the eye, but then you see the camera's on and I'm trying to look cute. So we're going to keep it simple. I'm excited about this panel because I think it's critical. It's interesting that this is the last panel conversation because I think it really wraps up the conversations that we've been having since morning as well as since yesterday. And we're focusing on the role of national associations in developing media literacy public policy. And to join me in having this conversation is Joey Algaran, who's the founder of the Philippines Association of Media and Information Literacy from the Philippines. Please, round of applause for Joey. We also have Michelle Lipkin, who is the Executive Director of the National Association for Media Literacy Education in the United States. A round of applause for Michelle. And we have Annabelle Astbury. Who is Annabelle? There you are. The Head of Education Strategy for the Australian Broadcasting Corporation in Australia. A round of applause for Annabelle. Joey, don't worry. The next person is online, so please join me. And then joining us online, we have Anzongo Pascal, who is the founder of Ajuk Media from Cameroon, and he's joining us virtually. Anzongo, are you with us? He will be. Okay, so you add him for us. Okay, so we're going to get this going. I will start with the Philippines. If you could kindly give us an overview. I don't know if you have a presentation, if you need the clicker. Give us an overview of national policy in your public policy in media literacy for the Philippines. It's on, I think. No?
Mike. Mike, okay, can you hear me? A pleasant afternoon, everyone. So I'd like to introduce the Philippine Association for Media and Information Literacy, which is relatively a young organization. And this was created in 2018 to respond to the need to train teachers of media and information literacy. The MIL actually was incorporated in the K-12 curriculum in 2016. And so we saw the need to further equip the teachers about how to be able to better handle or better teach MIL courses. And in our organization, apart from training, this is actually our website, but not everything is there. But just so you would know the objectives, kindly click the learn more after what is PAMIL. So basically, it's an organization to promote MIL as a lifelong learning skill. I think in Southeast Asia, we're among the first, if not the first, professional association of MIL. And we highlighted lifelong learning because we also consider MIL as a transversal skill, something that you can apply across different situations. And at the same time, we look at MIL as both content and a process. In other words, when it is seen as a content, that can be offered as a subject, okay, as a separate subject, a standalone subject, or it can be a process whereby this becomes a pedagogy in itself that can be integrated across the curriculum. The other reason why we put up PAMIL is because we can see that there's a direct correlation between the quality of education and the level of MIL literacy of the citizens, such that, for example, when it comes to quality education, it should be able to foster critical thinking. And this is very much needed for the students to dissect media messages and information. And another thing is when it comes to what we call effective education, it should be able to equip students with research skills as well. And this time, these skills are very important for the students to know how to fact-check information. The fact that we live in a information-saturated society. And then at the same time, we believe that in this modern education, digital literacy should always be there for the students to learn how to navigate the media landscape, and at the same time, how to be able to assess online content, and for them to learn how to stay safe from disinformation and misinformation. Okay, so more or less, that's the PAMIL background. When it comes to the role of the association in terms of shaping public policies, actually, that was in 2018 when this was created. Actually, after that, we have seen the growth of interest among citizens to further understand, especially among adults, to further understand what MIL is all about. And even at the level of the government, I think that was also mentioned during the mapping presentation of MIL across the globe. Even at the level of the government, the information officers in the government have also realized the importance of media and information literacy. Remember, they regularly produce media content, and whatever they say, whatever they do is but a reflection of the image of the government. And so they know that they have to be very responsible, they have to be very careful in the way they craft information that should be able to reach the citizenry. And even other organizations followed suit. They have their own version, but ours was the first because we would like, at the time we would like to train teachers, and the other organizations realized that this can be something that can be continued across different groups of people, not only teachers. So they decided to put up their own organizations. One organization focused on the youth, empowering the youth how to become more media mindful. By the way, that's another term that we are trying to promote, because in the Philippines, for example, when it comes to literacy, almost always they would associate it to education. And it's quite a turn off for some who are not educators. The reason why, at certain point, PAMEL decided to also promote the concept of media mindfulness, where you become more deliberate in terms, or more conscious of the effects of media, okay, in your lives, in your decision-making processes, even in your democratic process, because you should also be able to use that to participate in democratic processes. What else? So that's the movement. So more organizations put up their own, more organizations put up their own versions of MIL clubs. And then when it comes to the formation of public policies, apart from what I said, that even the government now is doing it, no, and promoting MIL in their own ranks, we would also want to train policymakers, and that is the challenge. Actually, that is the most difficult thing that we are now doing, because how then can they formulate public policies if the policymakers themselves are not literate? So they should be convinced that such a thing is very important, that such a thing is very relevant. And we would always tell them, hey, we live in a media-saturated society. This is not just the domain of media practitioners, because media is there in the praise itself, but it's everybody's concern. At the same time, we use information. We will never be able to survive without information. But how do we evaluate, how do we process this information? Even when it comes to of course, this is another thing, we would always want the PAMEL to be aligned with the UNESCO standards. In the competencies of the UNESCO, they have there the access, analyze, and create component. Okay? And in our case, we are promoting explore, engage, and empower, or the triple E model. And why is that? Because remember, even before you create, or even before you empower people to create, you need information. But where do you get your information? You explore, okay, information resources. So, but you have to do it more skillfully. That's the point when it comes to the exploring of information resources. The second one on engage, this time is about how to be able to analyze and evaluate media content more critically. Okay, and that means again that you have to make sure that they know how to be able to understand the meanings constructed by messages, that they also know how to read between the lines, that they also know how to determine fact from opinions and some others. So that's the second component. And the moment they are already, they know how to critically analyze, then they are now in a better position to empower themselves, make important decisions about what they have found out, what is wrong in the media content that they have analyzed. And this is now towards critical media literacy, where you initially analyze what is wrong with a media text, and you produce a new version of that media text. And this time, when we get to produce it, we have to make sure that this is ethical, that this is more responsible, and at the same time, you also allow, you also make sure that the users are safe from the use of such information. So all these values now are interwoven in the activities of the PAMIL, and we have 2 signature activities every year. We have our National Forum on MIL, and basically these are, again, teachers of MIL, but more people now are attending, are participating, not necessarily teachers. Some are already government information officers, and that's a good indicator that people are now getting more and more conscious of the importance of MIL. And then the other one is we also have our own journal, actually, the very first Philippine Journal of Media and Information Literacy, because we also saw the sudden resurgence of studies related to MIL after having introduced MIL in the K-12 curriculum. So we said, why don't we compile all of this and then come up with an editorial board which will manage the production of the journal. So these 2 now have been regular activities of the association. But of course, we can only do so much for now. We have just started. But I hope that in the very near future that we will be able to partner with all of you, with different organizations. In fact, this is really a good opportunity for me because I get to learn experiences from different countries. I think I am the only Asian right now in the group, but this is really a very good opportunity for me to learn from what the more stable societies have accomplished as far as MIL is concerned.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Do you have a mic? Okay, I'm going to segue a little bit because Pascal just joined us online. So just in case his internet drops, we're gonna. You looked a little bit anxious. Everything okay? Me? Yeah.
No,
yeah.
I'm fine.
Okay. All right. That's great. So.
I was just thinking that he said other stable nations.
The stability of. I see. The collective laugh means that everyone agrees with you to some degree. Okay. Thank you so much, Joey, because I think you've laid a very good groundwork for us. And I think it's a perfect segue into Cameroon, right? So we're going to go to Cameroon. Pascal? Asdongo? It reminds you of, when you're in a Zoom meeting, and then it's just that awkward, you're muted. That awkward wait. Pascal? Pascal, can you hear me? You're muted.
Yes, hello.
There you are. Hi. Thank you for joining us.
Okay. Do you hear me?
Yes, we hear you loud and clear.
Okay, thank you.
Awesome. Can you hear me clearly?
Okay, thank you, Raf, for giving me the floor.
Go for it.
Okay. Okay, I'm very glad to participate to this DCN Global conference today. I'm Blaise Pascal Njongo, founder and president of Edu Media, the Cameroonian Association for Media Literacy. I would like to thank Ora, Nikos, Alexander, and the DCN Global team for the excellent work they do to promote media literacy around the world. Talking about the role of National Association in the development of public policy for media literacy, it's been asked to talk about what we do in Cameroon every day because it is what Edu Media has been done for 8 years in Cameroon and in certain Central African countries. It's therefore with great joy and nostalgia that I agree to participate in this panel. I feel nostalgic because this time retrace the path traveled since the creation of Educ Media, the difficulties and the progress made. But I can also speak of hope because despite of daily difficulty, we observe every day the overgrowing consideration of media literacy among the population in Cameroon and in Africa. I want to start by saying that creating an association in Cameroon is very, very difficult. You have to harm yourself with patience, endurance, and a lot of passion. There is a lot of obstacle when we started to create our media literacy association. It all started in 2014 when I became aware as psychologist and teacher by profession of the rapid behavioral changes of the young people around me were experiencing under the influence of social network. This concern pushed me to deepen my knowledge of this phenomenon and explore ways to resolve it. So I started to raise awareness among young people about the right reflex to have in their media and digital practices. You should know that we really were not talking about media literacy in Cameroon in 2014, neither in the association nor in educational policies. But in 2016, the security crisis in the English-speaking region in Cameroon started, and we faced with the escalation of violence, the spread of disinformation and hate speech, and I understood that media literacy it was urgent to act on a larger scale to raise awareness all Cameroonian. That is how in 2017 the project took. But I found that while carrying out media literacy activity with and for students in my school was very easy. It was deploying it in our community that reveals the real difficulty that we face. One difficulty was to find collaborators who were not only motivated but also ready to question their own media practice. At the same level, we had to carry out a double work of awareness and conviction. It was necessary to introduce the concept of media literacy to a public that, for the most part, had never heard of it, despite of few voices already rising to announce the danger in the media and social network. Media literacy was not yet a priority in Cameroon. We had also to convince the authority, the decision makers, of the importance of our initiative and obtain the legalization receipt for the association. That is in 2017. And take it easy, this step was particularly difficult because it took us 3 years to have our legalization. Also, we have a problem with finance. Financing was one of the major obstacles to our development. At the beginning, we carry out our activity with the help of contribution for members of the association, but over the time, it was difficult to mobilize without real resources. The absence of public source support forced us to look for the alternative solution, such as the search of international financial partners. In 2018 was very particular for our evolution because the presidential election of that year were the first to mobilize not only young people, but also and above all social network. Despite limited resources, we organize many activities to introduce to the concept of media literacy. Conference with UNESCO. Despite this multiple intervention and the problem observed in the media environment, we still did not have the impression that Cameroonian decision makers had become aware of the importance of media. So we decided, therefore, to intensify intervention in the media. We carry out offensive communication to push the institution to take out our requests into account. Aware of the difficulty of accessing the decision maker, we have focused on the power of network and interpersonal relationship because, as the Cameroon proverb said, to have someone, we have to know someone who knows them. This reality has shaped our approach to media literacy advocacy, pushing us to adopt ingenious strategy to make our voices heard by decision makers. In the other hand, we decided to work with leaders of civil society, people who supervise young people and local radio presenters. The idea was so that these people will have relay good practices to their community. And we have increased strategic partnership with international organizations like UNESCO, OEF, European Union, CFE, and the support of CFE was very important because it will allow us to organize 3 advocacy conferences aimed to promoting the integration of media literacy into public policy. Finally, one of the big results now in Cameroon is that the Ministry in charge of Cameroon Youth requests our support in the introduction of media literacy module in the training of those responsible for internal education structure and for young people and the training course of young trainer. So today, totally, we have trained more than 500 young trainers, local radio presenters, and association leaders in media literacy. They in turn carry out local action with young people, and the result now is very encouraging. We therefore produce a media education guide for community radio presenter. We produce a training guide for trainer. We produce a training guide for parents and a guide on educational resources for young people. We have, through our action in Cameroon, been invited to train other leaders and journalists in Africa, particularly in Burundi, Central African Republic, Chad, Burkina Faso, Cote d'Ivoire, Democratic Republic of Congo, and Haiti. We also work with media regulator and association of this country to promote public policy, public media literacy policy. All these actions allow us to receive last year UNESCO prize in Paris and another prize by the Assises de Journalisme in Tours in 2023. But however, there is still a long way to go.
Right.
The real challenge remains in Cameroon to get our three ministries in charge of education to integrate media literacy into training program and from an early age and also in the program of teacher and student. More than ever, we need to develop public policy on media literacy to guarantee a structured and sustainable approach on a national scale. This is why we plead with the authority in Cameroon and in Africa to the development of a national strategy, while encouraging the implementation of local initiatives adapted to the specific of each region. Making media literacy a national policy is a crucial investment in the future of society and community, equipping citizens with the skill to develop the world of information, strengthen democracy, fight disinformation, promote social inclusion, and prepare individuals for the challenge of the future and promote the responsible use of digital technology.
Right.
This is, I think, our story might be interest to those who want to involve in their country in developing media literacy as a public policy. Oha, thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Pascal. Very interesting thread that we're seeing. I was making some notes and I picked up on quite a few things. One thing that you said that I don't think I've heard yet is creating training materials for parents, because I think that's also an interesting aspect. It's not just the educator, but creating an ecosystem at home, because even if you train at school, the kid's going to go home and the parents don't know what you're talking about and there's no reinforcement. So I think that's really something to commend for also including the family ecosystem as well in your training model. I'm going to move on to Michelle. Yeah, Michelle. Take us to the US.
Of course. Can you hear me? Yes.
Yeah.
I just would love to get my slides up too.
So just so we know, we have about, let's call it 25 minutes.
Oh yeah, no problem.
I know it's 20.
I wrote my notes so
20.
that I could be brief.
Okay.
Or we'll see. Hi, I'm Michelle Chula-Lifkin. I'm the Executive Director of the National Association for Media Literacy Education in the U.S. I'm based in New York City. We have been around since 1997, long before media was social and AI was still something in science fiction books. I was hired in 2012 as the first employee, the first executive director. I certainly at that time had no idea what I was getting into. Currently, we have a staff of 4. We have 3 part-time contractors, a 15-member board, and a very able and willing volunteer community. As the umbrella organization for U.S. media literacy education, we work to amplify the work of our 8,500 plus members and our 65 plus organizational partners. We act as a resource, a convener, and a leading voice in conversations. We organize an annual virtual conference. We host U.S. Media Literacy Week, now in its 10th year, and we coordinate a National Media Literacy Alliance alliance of teacher membership organizations that represent most of the main subject areas in schools. Our core principles of media literacy education is a core document that many people come to us for, which is an honor. It was originally published in 2007 and updated in 2023. It articulates our position on media literacy education, and currently it is translated into Spanish, Brazilian Portuguese, European Portuguese, Greek, and Bulgarian. And anyone who wants to talk to me about other translations, please do. We would love to continue to offer it to others. Our Journal of Media Literacy Education was established in 2009 by founding co-editors Renee Hobbs and Amy Peterson Jensen. For our members, we publish 3 newsletters a month that curate the latest resources, research, professional development opportunities, and updates that are happening in our community. We launched a community hub this year to provide a space for our members to interact and network. We host quarterly membership meetings, quarterly organizational partner meetings, and quarterly meetings with our alliance. We also work very hard to be a voice for our community in conversations with industry, with government, and related content experts and organizations. If you don't mind going to the next slide. So our vision is broad, and it's to see media literacy highly valued and widely practiced as an essential life skill. So I want to talk a little bit about Namely's community. It is vast and diverse, and there's incredible work being done around the country. Lots of different ways in which people come to media literacy education. A note on our membership, in 2015, we moved to a free individual membership model because we recognized 2 things. One, we did not want any educator to have a financial barrier to joining our community. And 2, we really shifted our thinking away from building a traditional membership model and really building a media literacy movement. And you can't build a movement by making it financially prohibitive. So, like I said, our community is large. We have educators and researchers, librarians, community-based organizations, students, educational leaders, advocates, public media, industry leaders. And we kind of think of our vast network as kind of a microcosm of all the different ways people do and can get to media literacy education in both formal and informal settings. You can go to the next slide too, thank you. So I wanted to talk a little bit more about the role. I should have done that. I'm so sorry.
No,
I didn't.
that's
This whole
fine.
time,
It
I'm like,
might
I was like,
help you.
what feels different? No one said this before. Because of that, sorry. In 2024, we published our latest State of Media Literacy Education report, and in the US, obviously, and it's available online if you want to review it. But I want to talk a little bit about the recommendations that come from the report, because I think it speaks to the role of a national organization and how we think about our work. So first and foremost, our first recommendation that came out of the report was to clarify and collaborate. And I don't need to tell anyone in this room that there are a lot of players in the media literacy community, and it does require us obviously to work together. And building a national association requires collaboration. I promise you that you cannot grow a national effort without true collaboration. And over the last 13 plus years of the job, I've learned a lot about collaboration. And if you're thinking about building a national network, if you're in the process of building, I thought it would be helpful just to share 5 short tips with you. First and foremost, these tips come from 13 and a half years of making mistakes that I don't want you to have to repeat. So first and foremost, we don't have to agree on everything, right? So a lot harder than it sounds. We've already heard that mentioned. It's very easy to get lost in the weeds, and it's easy to dig in and focus on being right about things, but there's just no room for that at all in true collaboration. We need to find common ground, and we need to focus on where we align, not where we differ. Number 2, everyone is welcome. And that means everyone, including people we disagree with and even people we don't like very much. We can either stay in our silos or we can choose to focus on that ultimate goal, right? We need to find where our general vision aligns. Number 3, there is no room for competition. So this is probably the hardest of all because we are humans and we are competitive creatures. But if there is one thing that I've learned over the years is that success for anyone in our community is success for all of us. Right. So this means when another organization gets a grant that I went for, I have to be happy for them. Like, let's go. This is great. This means when another organization's work is highlighted in the press, I share it out and say, look at us. Look at the media literacy community go. This means that it's not about us, right? This is about moving a movement forward and about making media literacy advance no matter what. Number 4, say yes over and over again. So to truly be collaborative, you need to be open, right? And I always start with yes. Yes, I'd love to schedule some time to talk. Yes, I'd love to come to Helsinki for this event. Yes, I'm happy to share with my colleagues. Take the call, schedule the coffee, attend the event, because you never know who you'll meet and what you'll learn and how you'll grow. And finally, 5, focusing on the cause, not the people. So if building a national association is something that you want to do or are doing, you have to remember it's mission-based, right? I have a note on my computer screen at home that says, remember the why. It's there for me every single day. And my why is media literacy education. It's not namely, right? It has to be about the bigger cause. So our second recommendation is scaling media literacy across grades. So clearly we have to strengthen K-12 education efforts. And as a national umbrella organization, of course, you need to constantly reflect on what impact you can have on the scaling of the efforts. Third recommendation, invest in the demand. So we've seen 2 trends on the demand side. One is policy progress. There are 19 states in the US that have passed some legislation to support some media literacy education in school. This policy varies, and I highly recommend you checking out Media Literacy Now's most recent policy report. The second thing is rising demands. Organizations all over are releasing reports on disinformation, youth mental health, youth education. And there's one thing all these reports have in common. They call for media literacy education. So everywhere, people are calling for our work in our community. However, what we see, or what I should say, what we don't see, is the resources and funding to meet that demand. The policies being passed are unfunded. The calls for media literacy education do not come with funding support. At this point in time, it's pretty ridiculous, actually. And this is the most significant challenge for media literacy education in the US today, and also our most significant challenge as a national association. And so if we are truly committed to seeing media literacy highly valued and widely practiced, we need to find the funding to do that. So as a national association, we feel like our role is to push back on the lack of funding for this space and to advocate for more support across the board, not just from our example. What happened? It doesn't matter. I don't need any more. I only got 3. That's my third. Okay, so to wrap up, I'm happy to talk to any of you if you want more information about building national associations. I go back to the fact that I've just made so many mistakes, tried so many things. And so if I can be helpful to avoiding those like paths that don't work, let me know. I am here to do that.
Thank you, Michelle. I see a link to what you were talking about, Joey, around transversal skills. Also, there's point number 3, I think, of the first point. The sub-point number 3 about be happy for each other. I have to throw this in because I know Alex knew I was going to throw this in. I hate saying in Africa because Africa's 54 countries. But there is a thread within the continent. There is a concept, some of you may have heard of it. It's called Ubuntu. And Ubuntu, in my country, call it UNU. Ubuntu means I am because you are. So if you are successful, by extension, I am successful. I think there was a student recently who shared how we greet in my language, which is also rooted in Ubuntu, where someone says, "Good morning, how did you sleep?" And the response is, "I slept okay if you slept okay." Right? It's part of just, we don't even think about it. It was strange listening to it. I was like, gosh, that sounds deep. That's just how we talk to each other, but that sounds deep. So that's Ubuntu, what you've just described is actually the core principle of Ubuntu. Support your next person because their success is a collective success. So I just wanted to throw that in there. And you are most welcome. So we're going to come with our media literacy digital passports, and we're coming to immigration, and we're going to ask Australia to stamp our passport and give us an overview.
Yes, category other. Hello, everybody. My name is Annabelle Astbury. I'm here with two hats on, which I'll talk about in a moment, but I would like to extend my thanks to DCN Global and to the US state government and to the very kind hospitality of Kaavi and the city of Helsinki for making it possible for me to be here today. And also just a special hello to people online, including my daughter who's away and studying for exams. So hi, Eve. So my first role that I'm going to talk about is the actual Australian Media Literacy Alliance, which I would say is in fairly sort of nascent state. It's an organisation not unlike the Philippines. We've been around for a few years only, but I feel like we have a different approach. It is an approach that we've modelled on another nation. You can see the website there, and also in the Slido chat, the DCN Global Slido chat, I've also put a link to a Google Doc which has all of the links that I'm talking about, so you don't have to sort of go through the website and find what I'm talking about. So the Australian Media Literacy Alliance came into existence after a conversation that we were having during Media Literacy Week in 2018. And it was a conversation between national cultural institutions, public broadcasters and universities. And we decided that we really liked the Netherlands model of a media literacy community that was based on this premise of publicly funded cultural institutions and the value that they can actually bring to furthering media literacy education. So the Australian Media Literacy Alliance was born, and we're a non-incorporated organisation at the moment. So we're a merry group of people, really, established there, but it includes the national broadcaster, which is the Australian Broadcasting Corporation, for whom I work. Also SBS, which is also another publicly funded broadcaster in Australia. It's called the Special Broadcasting Service. We've got the National and State Libraries Association. We also have the Museum of Australian Democracy, universities, Queensland University of Technology, Western Sydney University. And on that, the connection with the universities, I must say, we've got the most preeminent scholars in media literacy in Australia. And really, a lot of this work that is happening in media literacy in Australia is really due to the work of Drs. Tanya Notley from Western Sydney University and Dr. Michael Detswani from Queensland University of Technology. But they're also supported by some other excellent scholars, Dr. Simon Chambers, Dr. Sora Park as well. But without that research and that rigour behind what we actually do, the Australian Media Literacy Alliance, really couldn't do the work that it does. Got about the slides, and there's only 3 of them, I think, maybe 4. So just on some of the work that the Alliance does, we do publish, we have published several reports around the usage of media by particular groups in Australia. So you can see those ones that are up there with the way that teens engage with news, the way that young people, how they interact with the Australian news media. We're also releasing a second report, which is coming out in a couple of weeks, about adult media literacy use, our understanding of adult media literacy within adult Australians. This is on the back of research that happened in 2021, and this is, a few years later that we've conducted this research, a very comprehensive sample of Australians. It's a survey of 4,000 Australians, and it's very well supported, and it's going to be a fundamental piece of research on another project that I'm just about to talk about. But if you want access to any of the reports that AMLA has, it's in that document that I've shared on the Slido, so it's slido.com/DCN Global, and you'll have access to that document as well. I might just sort of use this opportunity to talk about a very interesting project that we're doing, and which many members of the AMLA community or in the Alliance are involved in. And it's a 3-year research project called Understanding Misinformation with Media Literacy Through Cultural Institutions. And it's a 3-year research grant which the National Film and Sound Archives, the ABC, the Australian Libraries and Information Association, the Museum of Australian Democracy, have all banded together to look at some research and what sort of projects could we do in a collaborative manner to affect and improve the state of media literacy skills and knowledge for adult Australians. It's a very interesting project because it's sort of got 3 prongs here. So we do have the Adult Media Literacy Survey, which forms a big part of the research, but there's also a very interesting diary study that has been conducted with some of the members of some of the survey respondents, and that's an in-depth look at the way particular individuals interact with media and the way that they identify misinformation. And that's going to be very formative, and I believe that the researchers have just actually finished those diary studies. And then out of those diary studies and the research, each of the institutions have committed to developing a project, and that might be individually or together, and together is the best. And I think, that idea of collaboration has been just reiterated time and time again, during the last couple of days. And I'm very excited to be working with the Australian Libraries and Information Association, the Museum of Australian Democracy, and the ABC, which is the national broadcaster, ABC Education. And we're going to run a pilot project in October during Media Literacy Week, where we really want to focus on what can libraries bring, and the national broadcaster in particular, to improving adult media literacy. And we want to use this pilot to learn from so that we can perhaps at scale develop that across the country. And the jurisdiction that we're doing that project in is a municipality in Sydney called Parramatta. It's a very culturally diverse municipality, and is home to, I think it's half of Sydney's population. So it's located in Western Sydney, and we're going to do that through the Parramatta Public Library. So we're very excited to sort of see how that pans out. As we know, I was speaking earlier with one of the colleagues out here, and we know how nervous, pilots can make you, because it could work or it could not. But I'm excited by the possibility I'm always excited by the possibility if something doesn't work, well, why didn't it work? And let's try again. So please, if you do want to know anything more about the Australian Media Literacy Alliance, I'm very happy to talk to you individually about it. But I did just want to talk a little bit about my work at ABC Education. I am the head of education, have been so for about the past 12 years. And I am part of the national broadcaster, but I've been very cheeky for all of those very media literate people in the audience. You will notice the arrangement of my slide, and obviously I think that education is the foundation and one of the most important gifts that we can have in humanity. And I know that public service media and public service journalism is extremely important, but I'm just putting ABC Education over ABC News. That lisse jus, that continuous line there, is the symbol for the ABC, the brand for the ABC. So ABC Education is obviously an education resource site which maps over 3,000 resources to the Australian curriculum. We map those, we make content ourselves, which are usually in the form of short explainers. We also curate a lot of our content from our long-form factual content and news content, and we also make interactives as well. And we do this on, I would say, a fairly sort of modest budget, which is presented here. But during 2016, that's Trump, no,
Oh,
but
16.
yeah. Oh, I guess 2016, I did make a trip to the States, which was a very interesting time to be in the States during October that particular year. And it became to my attention that Media Literacy Week was a thing. And so I went back to my director at the ABC and I said, well, I think we're the public broadcaster. Why aren't we even working in this space? He said, well, off you go, go and make it. So by the Media Literacy Week the following year, we had over up to 59 resources based around media literacy resources mapped to the curriculum. This is a sample of some of them. Some of them are short explainers, some of them are interactive lessons. There shouldn't be geo-blocked, so you should be able to access all of them. Once again, they're on that list that I've provided. And we've used some of our ABC talent, but we also reached out to other news organisations as well for their expertise. So it's not just from the public broadcasting point of view, but we do have representative of other private media as well. Sorry, just one last one. Oh, no, that's it. Oh, okay. So the media literacy resources we keep on adding to, and I should say that at the core of this as well, not only the media literacy resources that we have, we are very fortunate in Australia to have a children's news program which has been in existence and on air and has really not really changed much format for over 52 years. It's called Behind the News. It's aimed at students who are about in the age 10 to 12 age group. It's a very successful and very much loved curriculum resource. And it's a weekly show, half-hour show, that sort of does a news wrap of the main stories that have been happening in Australia and around the world. But last year we had some extra funding and we thought, how can we adapt this format to a high school audience? Knowing that there was such love and recognition for the brand of Behind the News, we created Behind the News High, BTN High, and we did it as a different format that's only delivered online through our online player and through TikTok and Instagram. And usually it's 1 to 2 explainers per week about an in-depth analysis of, items that are happening in the news. So, for example, a couple of weeks ago in the news, there was a lot of discussion in Australia about investing in nuclear energy. Australia is very rich in uranium, and a lot of one of the opposition leader at the moment came out and said we should be investing more in nuclear power. And so we did a report on that, an in-depth report aimed at students. But the really funny thing is that BTN High, even though it's aimed towards teenagers and in the school sort of context, we know that a lot of older adults in that sort of 18 to sort of 25 are finding these explainers very useful as well. So I don't think it's been a perfected format, but it's something that we're going to keep on improving. And the one thing that I would love to really expand in the high school space is about the interaction and understanding of misinformation and disinformation and the way that the news is presented. And just finally, I'm very proud to say that as an organisation, I've been sort of charged with the responsibility to develop a strategy for media literacy for the whole corporation. And that's not just audience facing, it's for the content makers, newsmakers and journalists who are in the organisation as well. And that it really is a collaborative effort. And it was inspired by the Belgian public broadcaster, RTR, who have also set out some very sort of clear aims and objectives to make sure that they're content makers, but also all Belgians, and in our case, all Australians are media literate. So that's all I've got to say. I'm very happy to talk about it, and thank you for having me.
Thank you so much, Annabelle. Okay. You can hold on to it, don't worry. There's a question coming. Before I get to the question coming from Ramsey in the audience, I want to first kind of summarize where we're at. A few key points, and you're welcome to, correct me if I'm misguided. But when it comes to now, from what I've gleaned from all of you, including Pascal, is that there is a common thread in terms of national associations trying to help develop and influence public policy. Number one is proactivity. Like, if you're a national association, you have to be proactive. So this means developing material. This means actually taking the initiative, identifying the challenges, and actually taking steps towards it. The second being visibility, right? So that's either through media, public engagement, events seems very common as well. So in terms of like direct community engagement. Then of course there's visibility, engagement specifically with the actual governing bodies, right? With your governments. Not so easy in Cameroon from what we picked up from Pascal. So they had to lean very heavily into visibility, more media, more events, just so that you get seen. And then of course collaboration being the common thread, collaborating with the people that you're educating, with your educators, collaborating with other organizations doing the same thing. But then I've seen the same sort of trend in terms of challenges. Funding is something I think I heard from all of you. And I think it also depends now on the government's priorities and finding what triggers that special reach into the pocket, in order to fund your work, and then teaching old dogs new tricks. That I don't know how else to phrase it, because you've got people who are kind of set in their ways and set in this has to be done a certain way, and we've always done it like this. And it's very hard to introduce new concepts, especially when a system has been working, for a long time. And then operating in silos seems to be a huge challenge as well, where there's not a lot of interconnectivity. So I don't know whether I have successfully summarized some of the...
Yes, excellent. The one clarification I want to make that I should have made in my remarks is that in the U.S., we're a designated what we call a 501c3 nonprofit. So as a 501c3 nonprofit, we're only allowed to do a small percentage of actual like public advocacy. So we are lucky in the US that we have another kind of, I always call like a sister organization, Media Literacy Now, that is doing more of the following the public policy, advocating for public policy, and doing more of the direct push with policymakers. So we support their work, but we do have limits as to how much we can actually, we can't go over and over again to Capitol Hill and lobby under the frame of our nonprofit charter. So it allows us to focus on the kind of lowercase advocacy, which is getting the word out there and just really pushing it. So I just wanted to clarify that. I also wanted to just do a shout out to the State Department, because I met Annabelle in 2018 when I was part of a visitors program through the State Department that had me go to Australia for a couple of weeks. And since that, we have been collaborating also with the researchers that she mentioned, back and forth. And so there's something so powerful about this kind of gathering that I'm very eager to see what happens next. Sorry.
And I also failed to mention, there is this question of this theme about, what's the state of policy in Australia? Well, there isn't a policy. So that's when I was saying about the nation sort of nature of the actual alliance. One thing that we have seen with the alliance is just the power of the collaboration and even the branding of the alliance. People are now coming to us with their interest and their enthusiasm for the cause.
Joey, do you want to add anything?
Same with PAMEL. PAMEL is a non-stock, non-profit organization. But since the members pay also certain dues, so we're able to generate a little amount of money to be able to implement our programs and projects. So basically, that's where we get the money that we spend for everything. Yeah.
Super. So we've got 5 minutes. So Ramsey, which one is Ramsey? Oh, in the gorgeous suit. Please, may you kindly ask your question?
I'm sorry, this is going to be a comment combined with a question. So my name is Remziye Shahini Hojam. I'm from University of Pristina, professor at Journalism Department, University of Pristina, Kosovo. We've been talking yesterday and today about governments and states being involved in this process. So I really agree with what Victor said yesterday. I see media literacy as a lifelong learning process. And having governments and states involved in this process, I am really not really in favor of it, especially from the part where we come from, like Western Balkans. We have very fragile democracies. I know this is not the case in United States or Australia or, United States, okay, I take my word back. Bearing in mind that you're much older democracies than we are. But I've been trying to think, to see this combination of the models that you have presented, which one could be more the best one to get adopted for Kosovo, for my country, because we are a very young, we are the youngest country in Europe, and I have encountered since the war in Ukraine, we have been fighting disinformation for. It was a race of disinformation coming from Russia. Russia is using different channels to kind of influence the countries in Western Balkans. And I will really like to just to have some opinion from you what we could do. We as a journalism department, we started to raise our voice about this issue since 2010. And we were not able to have an obligatory course in school curriculum until now. We started a pilot project in 2019 together with UNESCO and the Teachers Union, and we have trained until now 3,500 teachers, school teachers, and they kind of presented this course to their schools, to the primary and secondary education. We do have in our school curriculum at the university level, but I think that media literacy should be taught from really young age, from kindergarten. So if you can just maybe wrap up of your ideas, how could we, or what kind of model? I know this is, we talked yesterday about this should be, the cultural context should be also very important in this part, and there is no magic stick that we can use in order to find any solution, but just some ideas from your side. Thank you, and sorry for the long question.
You got a minute and a half.
Well, I would just say, from the Australian Media Literacy Alliance's point of view, even though we're publicly funded bodies, we are actually not responding to a policy. We don't lobby government, so government at this stage is not actually involved. It's actually done through the goodwill and the passion of those organisations. So I don't know whether you have similar cultural organisations that could band together to sort of help promote the cause of media literacy.
I'll just add on to that is just find where your national networks are. I think we've hit kind of a wall in the US where we've gone as far as we can from this bottom up. You can't scale media literacy one classroom at a time. You can do great work that way, but you can't scale it. So we've tried to identify where are the national networks. Our public media is a national network that's already existence. The National Media Literacy Alliance that I mentioned are national networks of subject area teachers that exist. So where can you find the national networks? They're not necessarily government related in any way, but there are networks of people, and finding those, whether it's cultural institutions or other networks, that's what I would suggest.
In our case, the government, of course, does not meddle with media. Of course, media is always independent. But of course, when it comes to the introduction of media literacy in government, it's always about how they frame their own stories. And I know that the citizens are already aware of that there's always a certain bias in the way these messages coming from the government are produced. That level alone makes us, in a way, ponder more in terms of how to be able to strike a happy balance between profit and social responsibility in the case of the private media organizations. In the same manner, truth versus responsibility in the case of government communicators. So only, of course, I think these values have to be made more pronounced in the way lessons, for example, are produced in the school system. I also would like to say something about the introduction of media literacy at the young level. That is indeed very, very important. In fact, many people in the Philippines are saying that it's already late when you take it up in the senior high school, when in reality, a young child at an early age knows how to turn on and off the mobile phone. We are now at that level. We're trying to figure out how we can integrate it in the existing courses in the elementary level. But another school of thought is saying that maybe there has to be a standalone course also intended for elementary children. But there's actually a problem right now in terms of the way the curriculum guide was created in the Philippines. It's actually too heavy on technology. And there's nothing much about fact-checking. Of course, media literacy goes beyond fact-checking. No? And I think that's also another concern in our country where when they only get to remember the importance of media literacy when there is something that needs to be fact-checked. So which means that, well, to a certain extent, they still need to be further trained in terms of what constitutes the real concept of media literacy. Is there also a difference between adult MIL and the children MIL that we're all talking about, and how such MIL can be embedded in the existing lessons of elementary, high school, and even college? There are schools in the Philippines, like my own school, the Polytechnic University of the Philippines, where there are quite a good number of MIL-related courses that are although this is already offered at the senior high, but they can still continue with higher or more applied MIL at the collegiate level. Like, for example, there is news literacy. We know this very well. That's about fact-checking, fact and opinion, among others, which is being offered in the journalism program. Digital citizenship is quite late. It is being offered in a BA communication program at the tertiary level. Digital citizenship should be offered in the elementary level because they should be made more aware in terms of their online behavior. But again, as I said, there are many things that need to be done.
Oh, thank you so much, Joey. And I hope you've been somewhat answered, Ramsey, but please take advantage of the coffee breaks because they really are very important in terms of being able to lock someone down and get the answer that you need. Pascal, I'm so sorry we've run out of time. I can't get a comment from you. I'm really sorry. But thank you so much for joining us and for sticking with the panel until the end. Speakers, thank you so much for your contributions. I think we've had a very strong and robust conversation, and I think this is a great way to kind of bringing the panel discussions to, I'll say, a pause for now, lest I instill a bit of panic in Alex. So a round of applause, please, for all of our speakers. Thank you so much. You may take your seats. Thank you. I definitely need one.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. We don't need to panic about the time. We are right in time because we had a little bit of extra time this afternoon. We let them propose the list. So we will have now our first workshop that will launch 1 hour. I talked to Bart. And then we have a coffee break, and then we have the ladies from the Economist Educational Foundation. Is that right, the name? Yeah. Bart Vestupian, please come here. Round of applause to Bart. Thanks so much, Laura. It was amazing.
Thank you, thank you.
Bart is a globetrotter. He works in Africa, Eastern Europe, Latin America. Yeah. Yes? Asia too.
One country, Philippines.
So Asia too, Philippines. So Bart speaks 5 languages?
Yes, I'm Belgian. Nobody speaks Dutch, so I have to speak other languages.
Yeah. And he's make a workshop connecting media literacy with storytelling, podcasts, and the SDGs. Tell us a little bit about him, and then we move ahead. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you very much for the invitation. Thank you for your interest. I'm Bart. 25 years ago, I started teaching in a school, teachers how to use a computer. I was teaching and they liberated me to start teaching how to use a computer. And from then on, fast forward, I got a job in Brazil, also in popular neighborhoods, how to implement the internet and telecentros, participative telecentros, where I was coaching youngsters how to teach people from the neighborhood. So me and my wife, we were going for 2 years, but we stayed 8 years in Brazil. So, and then we came back and we started this project, Comundos, where we got a question from an NGO who was supported by the Belgian government to insert technology in, where is the, I'm looking for the, okay. It's on the, okay. Yeah, thank you. I couldn't see it. Thank you. So how to insert technology in rural schools. I'm still learning how to use it. And in isolated areas where rural schools didn't use any technology yet. So we started the organization Comundos together with some pedagogues, journalists, and people who know about North and South. Our first program, a 3-year program, was so the idea to fortify the schools with technology. Insert technology on a creative way. How could we exchange experiences between the schools? Because they were all about, it was the same pedagogy, it was a dual pedagogy. And how could we be interculturally innovative? Because they were doing the same, they could learn from each other, they could learn from each other's background and context. And very soon there will be a connectivity globally. So at the moment there was There was nothing to do with there was no internet. What to do with a computer who has no internet? Make stories. Start making digital stories. And that's what we introduced. So it's a kind of masterclass in media literacy for teachers who never did this before. We had several partnerships later on also about the colors. So luckily I learned Portuguese in Brazil, so we could connect Brazil with Mozambique and the countries in Central America. And later on came these other countries, Senegal, Benin, Congo. And we could start connecting them. I used some different colors to see. In Cameroon they speak 2 languages, in Rwanda also, and in Belgium, Dutch and... So, a basic course. We always start with what is media literacy. All of you know, but how to explain, we quickly go over it. So knowing about where your media comes from in 2014-15, it was still, why should we know where our media comes from? And that every media is colored and so on in those countries mostly. We've sent ships, hundreds of computers to start in those schools, refurbished computers from businesses. But what we do mostly is teach people how to create content. And who knows, one day further on they can use and connect with the media themselves, discover their talents, and who knows, become a journalist, or who knows, using it as a tool. There are some challenges. First, the context. Who was dominating the internet? Who was the content on the internet? Very little content about Benin and Cameroon and all of those countries. So we teach them how to create content on the internet in their context, and also about media. In many countries in Africa, media, whatever is in the newspaper has been paid for to a journalist. Access is another problem. We don't, in Europe, we have internet and electricity all the time, which is not the case in the countries where we have been working. Access is way too expensive for me, to the internet, for many countries. It's still, and access to computers are expensive. And then you have literacies. And it seems like every year there is a new literacy coming. We wanted to teach also about global literacy, learn from each other, learn other languages, learn from each other's practices. So digital literacy is a new way to acquire content, to acquire knowledge. They should. And then we have all these other visual literacy, I must say, in the beginning. Telling about a PowerPoint, saving as JPEG was magic. Wow, we could start making, they could start making their own visual thing. And even Canva wouldn't work at the moment. Canva, which everybody's using in Europe, is not in many parts of Africa, not accessible. So all these literacies, we have been growing also. We give these workshops to teachers in Belgium, and we also share our knowledge with people that we gave already a course in the Global South. About cybersecurity, it was about 6 months ago, a director of a school in Belgium mailed me to ask. There are some teachers who are afraid to open their computer, to click on an email. It's just starting, probably. So we gave them an introduction. Yearly we are giving fact-checking courses to teachers in Belgium, but also we share these courses with all these teachers in the Global South, that they can, and we think OSINT and data journalism and data sets would be useful to start introducing in schools. To work on. I didn't make up this project, so we first went, let's think, before we start giving these courses, digital storytelling, let's take everybody to pedagogical coordinators from Central America together and directors in 2 days seminars. First day, what are digital stories? We are going to do this with your old computers. It's only sound and images. And the second day, what do you want to talk about? And we did this also in Brazil, in different places, Espírito Santo, in Bahia, and in Maranhão. We took groups together, and also in Cameroon. And so they came up with our, I remember they said, we are going to make a website. What are the chapters? And those were the chapters that came out that they thought was important. 2014. And 1 year later, the SDGs came out. Wow, yeah, they were complementary, and this is what the people wanted to talk about. And we kept on using this, and all the stories that are made are being organized following the SDGs. But have a look, cultural identity is very hard to find in the SDGs. And well, and there are more, like people and migration, mostly from Central America, people of Guatemala. Are they, and later on, I will ask you, maybe we should think of, after 2030, what could be other SDGs that we add. And I would like to have a reflection in this group to think, how can we, what are possible new SDGs to think of in the future? Yeah, but we'll do this at the end of the presentation. So who knows, there is an 18 and 19 to think of in these new times, and I'm sure there are. Let me continue to think together what could be interesting. So giving this workshop, digital storytelling, makes people happy. Listen, there is something, making stories makes people happy. And we listen to each other's stories. So we will give them life skills, power to explain, using pictures, which I never did, taking pictures. And we don't build communities. All these groups, we have them in WhatsApp groups, and they're only one WhatsApp away. And that we can continue interacting with students from Belgium and students from the countries. So we don't want just any story. We want stories who knows that transfer experiences, change behavior, and how to persuade or learn how they are being persuaded in the course. Quickly, it's a 4th chapter. Everybody knows about in the beginning, learning to organize, do a brainstorm and what to take from a brainstorm, and listening to each other's story. This is interesting in a network environment. They listen to each other's stories, they get to know each other, they connect. It's a network activity. And finding and taking pictures in many countries in Africa, there is lots of talent who doesn't realize they are talented, and to develop these creative industries. Who knows, bit by bit. But it's also to make courses a bit more interesting, not parrot education. You know? Because in many countries in the Global South, there is still a kind of repeating way of teaching. So with these new didactical tools, they can make the course more interesting. The audio, speaking in public and practicing, and at the end there is we bring all this, the images together and the audio in a changing software which are free to download, and it changes. We started with Windows Movie Maker a long time ago, and so, and at the end they present an event. This is the kind of basics that we give for people to discover how media, and in an easy way to look differently to media. After making yourself an exercise, doing this exercise, they start looking, well, some do. We organize those stories on a website. Most of them, if they are coherent, if it makes sense, if, then we put them, organize them like the following the SDGs. We do this together with universities that translate all these stories into four other languages. And they love it. They make a tour around the world and they reflect, and afterwards they do a podcast with those whatever language they want to do. So we have these countries, the SDGs. There is lots of content in the SDGs. We don't ask to make a story about the SDGs, but this is our framework so that people learn of something. And there is lots to complain about in the Global South, but we want at the end of the tunnel that they can give us a kind of insight of a possible solution or what should be done. No more than 250 words. 300 if you convince us. That's how we mostly say, because you're not professionals. So, and everybody. So we ask them to tell a story about what they have the authority to talk about, what they know from their context. So people come to the course and they don't know yet what story they're going to tell. They don't know yet, but they bring all the pictures. We work with organizations always. We don't work with individuals. It's also always in partnership. And if they have a doubt what to talk about, they can always visit about what is an SDG about, and who knows, it has to do. There is something to do with their content. And so these are the languages. I heard translating to Portuguese and Portuguese from Portugal and because there is little, I think. I thought there was little difference. Everybody understands, kind of, but okay. So we keep it with these languages, which have to do with the master of languages in Belgium. They are interpreters, and we teach them how to make a subtitle and so on. Somebody is using digital storytelling or podcasting in his practice. Frederick, let's start, and I'm interested also. What kind of topics are you using to make stories about?
Depends on the group setting.
No.
Now, what you're describing is pretty much how we work too in Gothenburg in Sweden, and you should actually be talking to my colleagues. I haven't made films with students for 10 years now, but so often they say, I want to tell a story, but I don't know how. Well, you need to learn the grammar. Something that I would never have said when I went to school. I'm going to work with grammar when I grow up. But that's what I'm doing. And just start with the 5 W's and 1 H. Who is it about? When is it? Where is it? What is it? And why is it? And then you do the how. So you tell your story in one word. You choose the theme. It's just trying to express your story over and over again in different forms. And then the premise, one sentence, what is it about? And then I used to work a lot with structure, with narrative. So you can choose to start with narrative or start with character. But the four act character, the 4-act structure is something that we start with and we choose. So, but have you answered the 5 questions, the 6, well, the 5 W's?
Okay, then you
are
have.
on your way, and you can actually tell your story.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for anything else about content?
For us, for sure, yes, the whys are good as well, but you have to understand my background is in journalism and communication. Of course, it's journalistic storytelling for us. So what we do is we either take daily news and ask them to produce it in a new format for a new platform, for a new audience. So for example, you have a textual media story or media event, let's say, that has only been in the textual parts. Then we ask them to do social media snippets, do a little breakdown for Substacks, mediums, stuff like that journalists use actually for their own personal brands, and then looking into trying to put it into either an essay format or indeed a podcast format. They mostly don't work with audiovisual long stories unless they are imitating evening news, because it takes so long. It's much easier, and what we can see in our studio is that the equipment that gets used the most by the students for storytelling is always to do with mobile stuff. So the most used equipment now that is almost always away is definitely the microphones, and just going into the streets, asking people to tell their own stories. The last exercise we did with storytelling was trying to imitate, does everyone know the Humans of New York account? So imitating like the specific format, not even the platform, but the format of storytelling, and then going on the streets, and instead of a usual vox populi, which is scary enough for bachelor journalism students, they tried to get people to agree to Humans of New York styles of stories. And I feel like what we have seen, at least, is that the switch between platforms is much more useful than teaching them how to build narrative, which tends to be something they already know when they get to university, for us.
Well, we are all these translators, they also make stories, and most of them never made a digital story or made a story. So it's for journalism, of course, and we are trying to do this now with, hopefully it comes in the curriculum, and who knows that they discover their talents also by, who knows, becoming a journalist or working with media. Someone else who has an experience about, yeah, please.
Actually, one key to teach the media literacy is actually, and even kindergarten children, if you explain a little bit what is commercial, they know really well, and they can produce actually by their phones, and really easy animation app, also social advertisement and social commercial. And this is also the value education. And also with the teachers, we are doing this, that they are making these social commercials, and also the students in every layers. And this is very fast educative, and it will spread all these different dimensions and perspectives, and also digital skills and media literacy skills. So I really encourage to use it.
Super. Well, we also use the SDGs as a manual in citizenship. What is citizenship? It stays very flu. Well, we think that the SDGs are giving a guide. This is it. We have to have. Also in Benin, water has to be clean. You know, they'll become very proud or happy that someone or that we talk about taking care of the environment, taking care of the commons. We should for future generations. That's also what the SDGs are about. And is it being used in the SDGs? Someone? Yeah. Okay. Because in Belgian university, most students didn't, so that is something that we continue making stories about SDGs with students from the global north. And because, oh, you do. Someone else? So how do you do it? Now I'm curious. Yeah, okay. Okay. So yeah, that is in the global south, it looks they know more about SDGs. They know because all these programs have been directed to use the SDGs. And so when we knew, when the directors and pedagogical coordinators, they guided us, what do we want to, so I started doing a tour and for a couple of years, traveling in one same country. I did like 2 courses with all these teachers in rural schools, and it was a network assignment also for them to meet each other. And most of the stories, they were interesting. So we started putting them online and YouTube, because they were made by teachers. And so now we have about 400, I think, stories online, and they are being translated. Well, stories who are done by people who never did this, but there is some content. Maybe it lacks, and because of the time also, the emballage, the packing around. We need more time for that. But the overall idea is that they continue teaching it to students. But teaching teachers is a challenge. Everybody knows there are holidays, it has to get into the plans. It could take 2 years before they start implementing something that you teach a teacher. Yeah, it's part of but it's a capacity building for them to start working on media. So we are teaching media coaches, and in Cameroon we started calling it contextualized ICT courses. So using your computer to insert the content of your context. An older picture, probably most of you know this picture, but it still has the same values. And I think that with this workshop, kind of masterclass, a 4-day masterclass, or 4 moments of 2 hours in online, global citizenship, where the SDGs come in, what the people talk about. Critical thinking, have a reflection on your context, learning some communication skills, interpersonal, which are the interpersonal skills, critical thinking, being creative, and it's not easy. It's lots of work. Making a story, making brainstorm, making a story, recording, and so that they discover their own talents, using a tool to discover their own talents, and of course finding media. But I think we should also ethical use of ICT is still actual. So with those, with that introduction, mostly people know. Okay, we know what kind of story we want to talk about. We want to tell. Some examples. I added some examples of story fighting against climate change in Senegal. It's getting very dry. It's also good for the Belgians to listen how situation is in Senegal. This is a very actual in the month of June. A youngster from Benin, agriculture won't be the same in 15 years. They know, they realize we'll have to adapt. And and they did it together in an online course. I have a picture later with students in the global north. So the fight of extreme, also in Brazil, desert is growing. Climate change in Honduras. This is 7 years ago. Time for a podcast to go back and how has it been? What have you been doing? And what have been some solutions that we can learn from? And also in Europe. And Colombia at this moment is having a hard time. It's being very dry. So there is something that I would like to ask you. What is a possible new SDG? And what could be kind of a title of a headline of a future SDGs that we should start to insert and make people aware? Some others, I've taken 3 examples that always came back. Stories about climate change in every region, story about gender in every region, macho culture in Guatemala, a man who learned to behave, take care of, help his woman, that she could become a director at school. This is one that got traction all over the internet, because there is still lack of information for young girls. And the women in Cameroon will not eat anymore after the men in that tribe. That is her story. It is time to enter a new era. Child marriage in Senegal, and women also talking about a nice testimony about the women in a tribe in the Amazon in Cameroon, in Brazil. For the last one, energy always comes back. We don't realize, people. Oh. And then, okay, we asked the participants to put what SDGs would they do they align with, and this is one of the most SDGs. So I said I'm going to put it. He talks about the cost of data in Nigeria and the electricity. Maybe you know Jude Abugu. Yeah, he's a journalist. And so by accident, we are giving also a course once in a while to journalists, and yeah, they also like to become, for beginning journalists, it could be interesting to become digital in a way. So there is, there are so many power cuts. If we go on with power, luckily I was giving a course in Tukuntuna, the first municipality who had solar power. Otherwise it would go down all the time. Like this, the increase of petrol stations in Congo at the moment. Before coming to this course, I did a text, is it still like this? It's getting worse. It's even everywhere, outside the cities also. So petrol is entering Africa more and more. It's a pity, so much sun. And then these power cuts, 10 power cuts a day. Good luck in doing media literacy in a place. ChatGPT, it's a challenge. So about how they put gasoline in generators. Is there someone from Nigeria? They know also. Yeah. The university is safe. No power cuts. Outside university, 1 kilometer. They're in trouble. So it should. Yeah, I think we should give some attention that. And also the internet is way too expensive for these people to buy data. And it's also interesting to know how tiring and how it costs to live in a community where there is no electricity. We are not talking about water, about when there is no water, but a lack of electricity is also, it's expensive. Charging your phone, everybody charges to charge your phone or to charge. Yeah, so in Europe they have less to fight for. So what to do with students from the global north? And we had some students now, and we thought of making their thesis. What are you doing? I started asking, what are you doing as a thesis? And escaping dictatorship in Portugal, interesting. Yeah, that is something that, and at the same time there was also about Franco, Spain. And of course we have about migration, youngsters talking about going to Morocco. I miss Belgium. If I am in Belgium, I miss Morocco. That was her story. But we don't know yet where to put it. So that is a possible, who knows, intercultural, could be an interesting SDG. And yeah, there are several stories about migration. Yeah, are these too heavy stories? I wonder.
Kids are really interested personally about specific ones.
Yeah.
But it's a way to learn about the world.
Mm-hmm.
And they really want to.
Okay. Oh, we are not there yet. Okay. Yeah.
They seem not to be serious, but taking it very seriously.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So what kind of genre?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. But the older you go, probably, the more serious they become, I imagine. Also, no? Master students, no? Also. Yeah. No, humor, we only have about 5 stories with humor. And every course I say we only have 5 stories in humor. So I would like to, we need some help in how to do this. Just because that's some stories that struck me was about what's going on with elderly people in Africa, from rural to urban. Yeah, I'm not going into details, but yeah, some think they are becoming kind of useless and with consequences. It's a pity. So we cannot just postpone or put our model that we do in Europe, in the West, to this doesn't fit for Africa. That's something that yeah, this is also a story in every region, plastic rivers everywhere. If you have been abroad, you know. Even my didactical material of making in video, I do it with material. I went to the recyclage park, so where we recycle stuff, and I use it to give them an idea how simple it could be to start recycling. And it does. It's yeah. And then the Anglophone region, and then we are going to start producing. Anglophone region in Cameroon, you know about? Yeah, okay. Someone knows, yeah, okay. 8 years, schools have been closed for now, so it's like destruction. A whole region. Yeah, so if we can give some attention with and other youngsters, and they made a podcast with someone who made the video, we can we make it a bit smaller in Belgium, and not to be less spoiled, unhappy, and yeah. At the same time, we have been practicing partnerships with twinning cities, bringing twinning cities, reflecting stories from Senegal come to municipality of a city in Belgium. And same with Benin, municipality in Benin, and coming back. And in the Global North, well, you all do this with students on a secondary level and on university level. PhDs, we did in Berlin, in the Free University of Berlin. PhDs in exile, they never recorded their voice. They never worked with photography neither. So there is still some, yeah, there is still some media literacy to do even on that level, which could, and then came, well, just an example, we learned a lot from Corona. Corona came in, everything stopped. How are we going to give? So we started giving these courses online. And it started by giving, teaching teachers also in Rondonia. Not indigenous people teaching, yeah, making a digital story. And when it became too technical, they asked me to come in, because normally they were going to multiply the course. But once we knew this, we started experimenting, taking teachers from Brazil, from Fortaleza, and from Mozambique together in an online format, 4 times 2 hours, listening to each other, same, making, yeah, digital stories, and they all did so. And we continue doing this and experimenting with this, so we don't have to travel anymore. Also, the course is done, Doris, and I'm at home. I am also, because I've been traveling enough. So this is a group where four groups in Spanish, in French, in English, who are supporting projects, grassroots projects in the Global South. And we took them together to make a digital story together. Normally, the Global North is only talking about funding, sending funding. And now they had to combine, to make a story, and people from the Global South were much more, they gave the pictures and the content, so they were depending on them. Mexico, Honduras, several, Guatemala, and some Belgians. They even made a kind of Oscars in this municipality. At the end, we continue. During Corona, some students made a content about populism, and we were talking this with 5. Everybody was talking about what is populism. We were explaining about populism. And now in June, we had a student. She was Portuguese and studying in Holland, and she was studying intercultural skills. What are intercultural skills? Can you explain for everybody what are intercultural skills? So she made a text. And together with students, this was the beginning, first thing, and together with students, interns and colleagues from her, they all talked about, and we helped them to animate the text. But using media literacy as a didactical tool, meeting each other, thinking of the content, and so that is what I wanted to share. And I'm ending this presentation by, these are the last translators, and we always put them together in a course with someone from another country. So they decided French, let's do French, let's take master students in computer science in Benin. They were very awake also, and they found it very interesting to meet each other. They're all in Facebook, in WhatsApp groups. So, all the youngsters, they enjoyed opening. And afterwards, they give testimonies that they love to be in contact with other countries. And, but it's... And we had also, we often have students who make podcasts with students from the Global South. So this is a kind of... I thought, I have 2 more slides with people, and then we start. What to do with cell phones? You mostly work with cell phones? Okay. We practiced with some people in the Maranhão, in the global north of Brazil, Quilombo, Maroon communities. We can learn from also. It's interesting that they that they talk about their culture. And this was the classroom somewhere in the middle of the Amazon. And they all loved to do media literacy and look differently to media. They are one WhatsApp away. And so we continue experimenting of bridging people together. We also continue talks afterwards with youngsters, with people from the Global North, about primates. There's a young biologist, Fabricio was a young biologist, and he said, hey, I'm in the newspaper, and he showed about the apes. But they also eat the apes, we think with storytelling, we are sure we bring reflective and problem-solving skills. We empower people through writing and structuring content. Identity development of youngsters. What can I say? What is my opinion? Is it true? Is it not? So it's a tool to come to that. Happiness, I told in the beginning, we all become kind of friends. So this is in your course also. If people make a course, make a text or a video, makes people happy. Looks like. So and we hope that they start looking differently to to media and identify. So can I now ask you to think? Maybe we should think in groups. And what could be a next SDG? What if? Can I ask you to think of an SDG that should be included in the future after, I think, 2030, they will adapt by two, with your colleagues or with your group. And maybe think also of a possible headline of a story that could have to do. Is it clear? Yeah. Yeah, okay, take your time. Thank you for listening also.
or chart is not enough to form an opinion. So those three examples were ways we've illustrated to children why they need to be critical about the information they consume. And then the next examples Loretta's going to show is ways we help children build knowledge and begin to understand a topic or a news story.
Yeah, thanks, Harriet. So often the topics that we bring into the classroom, the kids may have never heard about, or it might be completely new. So we like to present a lot of like key definitions at the start that they might be using, but also some stats that they might be using in discussions later on. So we're going to use an activity from a really recent resource that we did. Bear in mind, this was before the election was held, so we didn't have the results yet, but it was helping young people around the world learn more about democracies, and this was centered around the Indian election while it was in the news. So the challenge is called higher and lower. So we're going to get you out of your seats. In this activity, we're going to work through a few quiz questions. For each question, I want you to sit down if you think the answer is actually a lower number than the one presented. And I want you to jump up if you think it's a higher number. So this is where the coffee will come in handy for those of you that, might have been tired earlier on. So remember, sit down if you think it's a lower number, or stand up if you think it's a higher number. So I think India's population is 1 billion. Do you think it's higher or lower? Fantastic. So I'm seeing mixed results, but I think the majority are standing. If you're standing, you're right. It is in fact higher. Population is 1.4 billion.
Oh, stay standing, guys. The game's not over.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I mean, preempting the next question. Super. So the next question. I think India is 10 times larger than the UK. Do you think it's larger, or do you think it's in fact smaller? Sit down for lower, stand up for higher. Fantastic. I think we're still seeing a majority standing. So let's see.
The geography, yeah.
You're right. Those standing, it was in fact higher. So India is 13 times larger than the UK. How about this? So I think 80% of the people allowed to vote chose to do so in the 2019 Indian election. So that's not this one that's just happened this year. This is back in 2019. Do you think 80% of the people allowed to vote chose to do so? Higher or lower? So we've got a lot of sitting people.
You're on your own.
Annabelle's joined as well. So okay, let's see what happens.
I like that attitude, though.
You were all, in fact, correct. Well done. So it was lower. The turnout...
Except for Annabelle.
Turnout was 67%, and there were 900 million registered voters, and then 600 million people voted in the end. So another one here. So in the 2019 UK parliamentary election, there were just over 3,000 candidates. For India's election in 2019, was the number higher or lower than that? Sit down for lower, stand up for higher. Oh, we've got a mix here. It's close to 50, I'd say. Yeah, the room is torn. Okay, let's find out. It was in fact higher. So those standing, well done, you're right, it was higher. They had over 8,000 candidates. Super. So thank you for taking part in that one. We've got another one as well, and it is still physical. So challenge number 5, physical polls. So this is a resource that we did about a year ago now, when AI was in the news. It's still in the news. But yeah, introducing young people into the concept. It was around that time that there were a lot of discussions, like, should it be paused? Is it getting out of control? I think things have progressed a lot since then. But in this early stage, we were getting the kids introducing them to new concepts, so bringing new perspectives in, because it's likely that kids have already heard about AI, maybe they're using it in the classrooms, but we wanted them to come up with new ideas to bring into debates and discussions. So by doing that, we introduce them to some different perspectives. So I'm going to bring those out, and I want you to decide whether AI should be paused. So if you think AI should be paused, I want you to sit down. If you think AI should continue, I want you to stand up. So I'm going to read them out. And also, I know you all know a lot about AI, but imagine you're a 10-year-old, and this is the first time you're hearing this argument, and each time a new sort of comment or piece of information comes up, or a different perspective, please interpret it without the rest. So this is the first time you're seeing this. What do you think?
The concept of this is basically to present children with a fact and seeing if they could change their perspective or mind when they have new information. Yeah.
Thanks, Harriet. Super. So the development of AI is helping scientists to learn more about how human intelligence works and how people learn. Do you think it should be paused, or do you think it should have free rein to go ahead? Ooh, lots of standing people. Fantastic. Oh, brilliant. Great. There's no right and wrong here either. This is all your perspectives. Super. So AI machines might use information about people without their knowledge or permission. What do we think here? Should AI be paused? A few more people sitting down. Still some people saying, yeah, go ahead, go ahead.
Take your data.
AI could be used by people with bad or criminal intentions. Sort of bringing that in. Other sides, yeah, some people change their mind, some people coming up, yeah, still go ahead. There have been several examples in the past of new technology that has been seen as a potential risk to people. So for example, in the past, people were really concerned about trains, telephones, and computers. Should AI be paused? Fantastic, we've got some people changing their mind. This is exactly what we want. We want people to change their minds, consider new things. Fantastic. Brilliant. Well, thank you so much for taking part. Really appreciate everyone getting up. Yeah, thank you so much.
Give yourself a round of applause.
Yeah.
Thank you. So they were just some quite silly and fun ways to introduce the kind of activities that we sometimes introduce in the classroom to introduce news topics, but also introduce media literacy practices. We're now actually going to move on to sort of the second part of the session, which is about creating partnerships in the media literacy space. Again, I want to emphasize that we focus on the news, so our partnerships kind of are designed around that and for 10 to 16-year-olds. The reason that we build partnerships at the foundation is for funding. Media literacy needs to be funded. That's been talked about so much. But one of the other reasons is we believe in sort of creating relationships with people to build our expertise at the organisation, and we know that there are limits to our knowledge, so we partner with external organisations to sort of tap into that knowledge and expertise from different sectors and all around the world. The aim of this... Too keen. The aim of this bit is to demonstrate how we've been working with companies to support children's development of skills, but also support businesses' ESG goals. You'll use any learnings from like the next 5 minutes and your own experience and expertise in the challenge in a bit. So yeah, pay attention. Okay, so we've got 3 main examples of ways we've built partnerships at the foundation. Okay, now next slide. The first example is to do with a live lesson that we hosted for lots of schools around the world. So we had a partner that came to us asking for us to deliver a global live and interactive event for schools across multiple countries. We'd never done this before. And they had quite a few demands. So they wanted their staff to be involved, which is often a demand from businesses who are looking for ways, for their colleagues to volunteer and being involved in charitable projects. And they were really ambitious in their ask, which often is a challenge we face as well. They wanted us to send like schools packages of resources and props, and really wanted the event to be interactive with lots of different students and their staff discussing a topic. We were quite skeptical about this. Firstly, logistically, sending something physical to schools worldwide is a big cost and logistically difficult. But secondly, the interactivity posed quite a safeguarding issue for us. So it would be difficult to sort of manage bringing children together in a live format. So our solution was to host an online webinar, and it was hosted by teachers where a whole class would join. So children wouldn't join individually, they'd join as a classroom, and they would enter polls, and there would be a chat which was moderated by our team. So we found ways for their staff to be involved as experts. So we chose a topic. This one was actually on AI, and the partner then nominated people from the business who acted as experts. So the event was still facilitated by teachers, but they were able to sort of learn about the topic through involvement of the staff. Number 1, done.
Super. So we're now going to play a video so you can see an example of what happened. This is like a cut clip from that live lesson. Guys in the corner, please can you play the video for us? Thank you. everyone, and welcome to this.
Oh, that's Katie, but you can't see her.
Brought to you by the Economist Educational Foundation. On your marks, get set, talk. This is a little teaser.
Yeah. That's the exercise.
Yeah.
Close your eyes. Yeah, that's it. Can we make it full screen, please?
Hi, everyone, and welcome to this very special live lesson brought to you by the Economist Educational Foundation. On your marks, get set, talk. Interesting, 90% of you think that yes, there are some you should not be allowed to do. Daniel, back to you. Are these results surprising to you, and what do you think?
Not surprising at all. I think one thing we should understand is that today is the slowest technology will ever move, and it's the dumbest AI will ever be. And so we think that over the next 10 years, in theory, AI could do every job, but it's down to us. It's our choice to decide how to apply AI to solve the problems that we have in society.
Fantastic. Thanks for playing that. And hopefully you just saw a really brief glimpse of what the live lesson is like, getting kids to answer polls, ask questions to experts, and also hear from those in the industry too.
Cool. The second example, if we could go back to the slides, was a bit more tricky for us to overcome. The partner wanted us to integrate all of their technology into our program. So we're quite precious about our website, aren't we all? And we were really reluctant to completely switch to using their technology and infrastructure, especially when the relationship potentially might not be long-term. So we actually did a bit of research and found a gap in a teacher training program that was going to be used in sort of primary and secondary education in the UK, so 10 to 16-year-olds, where we could use their technology, but it wouldn't kind of override our program. This would be a completely separate thing, so it would be a new program for us, but we could still use their technology.
Super, and we've got a QR code there if you want to scan, if there's any teachers in the room that want to find out more about the training program, and there's also leaflets on your table as well, so have a snoop if you fancy.
And then the third example, before you can get going, is all about our Topical Talk Festival. And before I explain what we did with partnerships, there's another video.
Super slick, thanks guys.
Get ready for the world's biggest news festival for young people. Topical Talk Festival is the only international news festival for young people, and it brings together 10 to 16-year-olds from countries across the world to discuss the big issues of our time.
The festival has been absolutely amazing.
I strongly recommend it to any class, anywhere in the world.
During the festival, students take part in teacher-guided lessons using our world-class resources developed by expert educators and journalists from The Economist. Not only will you help your students develop essential skills and knowledge, but they'll also have the chance to engage in global discussions with peers from across the world. After Topical Talk lessons, students log on to the Festival Student Hub, a moderated, safe space for sharing ideas and opinions on the topics covered in class. Here, students can earn stars and receive feedback from professionals at leading companies. You and your students will also join live lessons and interact with an exciting lineup of topic experts. At the end of the festival, students submit their own standpoints, an audio, video, or written piece on a topic discussed. These will be judged by senior editors at The Economist and selected for Standpoint Awards.
Happy congratulations to our school, for achieving this feat.
There are many other awards up for grabs, including a £1,000 prize to build on students' achievements during the festival. The festival is open to all government-funded schools for students aged 10 to 16 with B2 level English or above. Ready to get started? Find out more about how you can bring the world into your classroom.
Thank you. Back to the slides. So this is one of the main events that we run once a year, the Topical Talk Festival. And the kind of challenge from a partnership perspective came during COVID, when partners came to us and they wanted their staff to still volunteer,
but whilst their offices were closed. So all these kind of volunteering opportunities that they were doing for their staff kind of disappeared when everyone was working remotely. So we ran something similar to the festival at the time, which was bringing together children online, but we'd never really considered bringing sort of adults and professionals into that conversation. So sort of sparked by working from home and offices being shut, we looked at an idea of introducing professionals and business experts into this conversation. So we now sort of invite people from different businesses to discuss and debate with the children about these different news stories for the festival over 8 weeks, which was what was mentioned in the video.
Super. So now we're going to be getting into groups and finding some solutions of our own. So we're going to task you with a brief. It's going to be very broad to guide ideas and help you be creative and think about how you can use cross-industry expertise to support media literacy development for kids. So for the interest of this activity, I want you to pretend that you work for a media literacy organisation and you've been approached by a leading tech firm to deliver a global competition for students to help educate young people on AI. So they want 50 staff from offices around the world to take part. They also want to execute a large marketing campaign, and they've given you 12 months to deliver the project. We've kept it as broad as possible, so have creative license with anything that we haven't put on the slide there. We're also going to bring some briefs around. You've got lots of paper, sticky notes, pens, etc. on your tables, so feel free to use that to be creative. But what we really want is for you to answer the questions on the right there. So have a think through the challenges that you see with developing the partnership, how you'd then also relate it to media literacy, how you would meet ESG targets, and how you'd engage staff from across the globe. Creative license. Feel free.
Yeah,
imagine.
the
We try to keep it
decision.
as vague as possible. Yes, you can if you'd like. Yeah, feel free to approach it in any way you fancy. Be creative. That way, you'll all probably, hopefully, come up with very different ideas.
Just before you get started, the sort of aim of this is to. There's lots of different areas of expertise in the room, so. Contribute what you can from your field to kind of create this cool partnership. You can use some of the ideas and advice that we were sharing. And what's the time? Okay, we're gonna give you like 10 minutes, so
Very
you
brief.
don't have long. But the aim at the end, you're gonna have to present. The aim at the end is you're going to each be given 1 minute, and I will cut you off after 1 minute to summarise what you're going to pitch. So basically, an elevator pitch style is the objective at the end. So we'll give you 10 minutes to get going.
Super. Harry and I will also be coming around, so if you've got any questions or you want to show us anything or bounce any ideas, just pull us over. Good luck.
No, well, the buzz is going to go off, so then you take the microphone off. Yeah, I know. But I'm going to explain. So they should be able to do it. Okay, 10 seconds. Pick whoever's presenting or share it amongst yourselves. Okay, we're going to do a really teacher thing and put our hand up, and you have to be quiet. Okay. Wrap up those conversations. Okay, we're finishing. Wrap up. We're finishing. Wrap up. Yeah.
Drum roll.
Yeah, it's easier to control children. Okay.
Thank you so much. Fantastic. We're gonna everybody stop, pencils down, pens down. That's it. No more time to discuss in your groups. If you haven't already, please pick someone in your group that's going to be a speaker. We're going to do 1 minute sort of wrap-ups. What are the key things that you discussed as a group? What were your key ideas? Feel free to focus on your answers to one of the questions, or just give us an overall sort of scope of what you plan to do.
You will only have a minute. I'm going to time you. We do this with children, and they stick to the minute. So please stick with the time. And it would be great if everyone could now listen. It's a skill that we develop in the classroom. Yeah. I'm not a teacher, so I don't have to teach Yeah. Okay, which group would like to go first? Thank you, Michelle. And I really will rudely interrupt you after the minute.
Yeah. So, yeah. We're going to pass on the partnership.
That's fine. Just a brief we were given by DCN.
Okay,
and go.
So, what we'll do to get these things global? First, we will scale up local initiatives. Stuff that already exists is always easier to get around than try and bring something new in. Second, good price. We are thinking cash, but we are willing to accept other ideas because there needs to be incentive at the end. Then we need to understand local trends. It again comes to this idea that we can't just fly in with our own local context and hope it works. As for the ESG, we will definitely look into underserved communities because we think most tech companies have that somewhere in their goals. Second, of course, governance should be dealt with by or through the eyes of the youth because they are the future, blah, blah, blah. And then for the environment part, we will reduce something. Didn't have time to talk about what, but we're going to reduce. Then how it relates to MIL, access, 5, analyze, evaluate, 4, create, and act.
3,
and the challenges
2,
are so many,
yeah.
so many.
Very good. Very good. Round of applause, please. Round of applause.
That was fantastic. Thank you so much. Wow, I don't think I'd want to go out on after that. That was great. Who wants to go next? Otherwise, I'll volunteer you. You guys look ready. Okay, fantastic.
Okay.
Over to you.
Yeah.
Your timing side. Go.
Oh gosh. Okay. So the challenges are that that people might be at a socioeconomic disadvantage around accessibility, safety of students, language barriers, ethical issues. Something about with the use of proprietary product in public schools, parental concerns, reliability of information and of all data sets being used, which also links to the media literacy connections, the construction and deconstruction of messaging in the media, the use of new technologies, cultural representations, ownership and understanding how companies use, make and control media, and thoughtful representation. But we see these are all sort of, they start to, match each other. Environment, environmental, no flights, no snacks. It's going to be online. Offline options, governance. It's going to be transparency, social accessibility, staff engagement, promotes lifelong learning, connects with community, and if you don't do it, you get sacked.
Brilliant. Very, very good.
That was impressive. Yeah. This is a challenge on communication as well. How fast can you go? Who's next? Guys at the back? Yeah, do you want to come on up? Yeah, well done. Fantastic. Who's having the mic?
Oh, okay.
Got another one over there. Do you want another mic or just...
No, it's okay. All right, so we wrote a lot of keywords. So this is the solution. So first off, staff engagement, how we're going to do it. We used our little cats that we drew because that's staff engagement, right? Then we're going to have a big salary, community building, and also fostering diversity. Moving on to the challenges, of course. Context matters, how to provide fair assessment, cultural differences and age differences. Then moving on to how it relates to media literacy. We're moving to AI, of course. Then critical thinking and process thinking. And then the last one, ESG target, we're using it all. We're doing reducing waste because we're online, right? Promoting adversity and inclusion and upholding human rights. Thank you.
Oh my God, 13 seconds to go. Woo!
Very impressive and great timekeeping too.
Yeah, you get extra points for keeping under a minute.
Who's next? Any volunteers? Guys over there, you look eager and ready to go. No? Not ready. What about you guys over there?
We were born ready.
Oh, fantastic. Born ready. Come on up. Come on up. Oh, you've not agreed. Okay. I did hear some good ideas from here, though. I love the one. I think it was vacation for all. Oh, not for all. Just for some staff, the participating ones.
You guys at the back? Sure, you can do that quickly and summarize in a minute.
We were debating about fundamental questions, if AI is a good thing to think about or not. But we had some ideas on how to organize such an event. So it would be something about water in the future, and children could work on a project. So we think about could be Google just trying to do something good for the world, and then these children could take care of rivers, and then the partners could be UNESCO and other organizations such as also you said National Geographic as a partnership too. They should the children should be between 12 and 16 years old. And the competition should take place on TikTok and so on. And so social media, using AI-generated images, we thought about something like generate the future of humanity with good water and how to...
Fantastic. I'm going to have to stop you there just for time, but that sounds great. Loads of great ideas there. I like the fact that you're thinking about meeting young people on the platforms that they're using as well. Great nod to TikTok too. Can I come over to you guys? Have you got any thoughts that you want to share? Wait, yeah. That definitely deserved a clap as well. I'm sorry for denying that.
So everything was said, but we're going to say what it wasn't said up to now. So we'll start with the challenges, which is first ethical challenges. It's language barriers, cultural differences, communication, problem with facilities and coordination. And how we'll make it possible, apart from what our colleague said, we can use DCN Global Network, and also we're going to use all other networks that we are alumni. And for us, the youth are the present and not the future. Thank you.
Oh, very succinct with 40 seconds.
I love that. Great way to round off. Have we done everyone now? Oh, no. Oh, yeah, you thought you could get away with it. I'm coming over. I'm coming over with the mic. Just a few ideas. Let me hand over.
Okay, we don't have so many ideas. We have still, but we haven't put it together.
I'll give you 30 seconds because we're...
But from the practical point of view,
as I see, very important to organize a good open call and to find selection criteria, because it has not to be the competition for people who are not connected somehow. So we need to develop a good open call or a good event, engagement event. So this part is very important, because we have done such kind of competition in Ukraine, and it was very important to engage. Mainly, okay, each person that have active participation has 1 week eco-free devices vacation paid by the company. It was our solution. And the name of the event is AI Literacy for Resilient Society.
Thank you. Big round of applause.
Thank you so much.
I'm conscious it's 4 minutes past 5, so we will now wrap up. But I hope you've enjoyed being a bit chatty with each other and interactive. The kind of point was introducing you to how we speak to children about media literacy, but also the challenges faced when we're trying to create those partnerships, which you raised many that we should be aware of in the space.
Yeah, and just a huge thank you to everyone for getting involved. Really appreciate it. And yeah, just massive round of applause for you all. Great ideas. And I know we didn't have any time for questions, but if you want to grab us at any point, we'll be around.
Nice job.
Now we have the preacher man here to say something to you for the next 3 hours, okay? No. I will call 3 people to join me here, actually 4 people. I'll call Leo Pekala, please, to come here with me. Is Leo here? Yeah, he's here. Thanks, Leo. We are wrapping up. I will call Aura Nicole to come here with me, my dear partner here. Matt Bykoff, not Bykoff, but Bykoff, is it right? Yeah, please. The cultural coordinator of Press and Public Diplomacy of the Bureau of European and Eurasian Affairs of the US Department of State. And Professor Nikos Panayotou, DCN president. So I can't believe we've done it. Yes. Nikos, I think, no, I'm really touched. I'm really emotional. I'm touched now. It's like a dream for me looking to you here. I'll pass the mic to Nikos to make a wrap. I have some comments here that I wrote that I like to pass to you. Actually, Aura and I, we did together. I'd like for you for a final speech, words too.
Thank you. Okay, first of all, I think that these 2 days have shown the capacities of DCN Global. It has shown our dedication actually to bring together experts from all over the world, and our dedication actually to initiate a discussion that it will focus upon how we can move forward and produce specific results. Because DCN Global as a network is about producing results. It's not about an academic conference, as I emphasized many times, but it is mostly about bringing people and, most importantly, experts together. So I would like to thank you all for being part of this community, because we consider this not the end, but thus the beginning, actually, of doing more things together. Secondly, I would like to thank Alex for all his work, Aora for the moderation. I would like to thank Anna, Rubens and Arthur. Arthur is here. I would like to thank also Mariana and Diana as well. And Lisa, that, you know, she was actually driving for us. For us, it is, as I mentioned before, it is now an opportunity to do more things together. So stay close, because this is what we aim for, and that was actually the vision of Vladimir Spencer when he supported us in order to create this long-lasting network, whom I would really like to thank. And the last but not least, the US State Department that actually funded this initiative. And Matt, thank you for your support. Alex, back to you now.
I think Matt can
okay.
Yeah, hi everybody. I'm not going to do too many more thank yous, but I really wanted to thank all of you for taking this time, for traveling, maybe an hour or two, but also 8 hours, 28 hours, however long it took you to get here to spend this time together. I know I had conversations with a lot of you, not everybody. So I wanted to plug really fast some of the other opportunities that you could find through your US Embassy or the Department of State. If you are interested in something else or potentially doing an exchange program, please go to exchanges.state.gov. When you get to that landing page, you can look for a program you can click on the US citizen button, or you can click on the non-US citizen button. Then you can do a drop down to your home country. You could look by your sector or area that you work in, and then you could see some of the exchange programs that are available for you. Also, if you're interested in funding opportunities, most of the embassies run small grants programs, and they will post them on their embassy website. And keep that page bookmarked, look at it when opportunities come up. They usually do not come up in July or August because the end of our fiscal year is in September. But after September, go and look and see what's going to be available that year. There are so many small grants that our embassies do work on. They want to partner with you. They might be able to help with finding locations for an event venue or for finding some speakers if you're doing something already. And so you can look for that. Do keep them in your mind as you are continuing this really important work. I took so many notes. My brother is a middle school civics teacher in Northern Virginia. I'm so ready to be like, I have friends from all over the world that you can then reach out to as you put together your plans. All right, thank you all. I know it's already past 5, so I'm done.
Okay, thank you all. Thank you for organizing this event and coming to Helsinki. And I have kind of like 3 things that I'd like to give you with you when you go back home. First of all, of course, when you go back home, you take with you the love for Finland. So please come back. And it's been such a pleasure to have all these discussions over these days. The other thing is that don't take any models from us. Take some ideas and thoughts. So that's the second thing. And the third thing is that give them time. Give time for yourself to think about them. So that's it. Thank you all.
Mariana, Diana, and Anna, can you come, please, here? Just because people need to know you. And I would say Ruben, too, and Arthur, but they are working. But Arthur is this gentleman here. He needs... Yeah, and Ruben's there, too, from Armenia. Diana, DCN. And Mariana is the Executive Communication Director. And we work all together, that's the truth. This was made by all of us together. I mean, I was writing to Mariana in the middle of the night about things and waking her up, you know, and this kind of thing. Anna is working too, but Anna, Ruben, Arthur are responsible for all the broadcasts, this amazing broadcasts, and also Felipe. And Aura, always.
Hi.
Thank you so much First of all,
No
for
worries.
being my friend.
Aw, stop this, people.
One thing it's important to know is that this is not a final point of this partnership. Actually, when we say building community, it's not the start point too. We know it started in Bratislava years ago. It's a community that is active in different hubs around. But it's going to be a journey from now on. So just for you to have an idea, we will release, it's already on air, but we're going to publish soon, teachers training for MIL, partnering with lots of you that we have already talked here. So this is one thing. The publication, I think, should be a good idea. Only one panel of this, it's a publication, because a lot of information. I know it's overloaded a little bit. Not a little bit, a lot, but I know it's overloaded, but it worked, you know. Since we are together, it must be like this. The third thing, next meetings, next convenience, next gatherings of the community itself, online or offline. And there, you are already DCN members, so you can suggest other things. This is important for you to keep in touch with us. Let's move it together, okay? And last thing, I underlined 10 points with Aura. We summarized 10 points of the entire event, just for you to do not forget, you know? And I think each one can say one.
Sure.
Yeah?
Okay.
I hold for you. Yeah, but it's really a simple thing that we did quickly, but since the first beginning, we decided to do that because so much information. I'd like to add the points from Bart and from the ladies from the Economist, but was so at the last moment, I will add for 12 points. One for you and one for them.
So don't worry, I'm good.
Okay. You
I'm
have
good.
I forgot.
I do need the laptop, though. Thank you, love. So media and information literacy demands a systemic view according to other educational and social contexts to avoid rankings out of context.
Yeah. Media literacy needs to work with diverse actors and methods to deal with the complexity of the digital age we live in right now.
Funding will always be an issue, so if we don't effectively highlight the relevance and importance of media literacy, even in warfare.
Media education and media literacy go beyond the matter of disinformation, must embrace other things.
Emotions and feelings and other components of confirmation bias need to be researched and considered in depth.
As Yanti said. Where's Yanti? The concepts of media literacy are important because epistemology is important, it's narrative, it's a historical thing. But maybe we need to due to the emergence of strong public policies. So how to overcome it, to open in skills, this is important.
What are the roles of tech companies and public broadcasters? So this is a question that we didn't really unpack, and I think it's something we can go home and think about.
Relationships building between grassroots experience and public policy makers are pivotal for media and information literacy. I mean, that match that we talked.
Context will define strategy. So it's not a one size fits all, it's not a silver bullet. What works for one will not work for another. So we really need to think about context when strategizing.
National associations can pave the way for public policies and strengthen them, gathering experiences and diversity. I would add the role of the private houses like The Economist, because this shows the importance here. The work you are doing is amazing. I give the award for you, Loretta, not in person, but digitally. You deserve it because I was amazed what you did. And Bart, where's Bart? Connecting with the SDGs and the UN, other things you've been doing all around the world. This is community-based work. It's really important. So I appreciate and I thank you so much for doing that. And the last one, don't leave me is the last one. Don't leave us. Stay with us because we have a lot of things more to do. And thank you very much for being here.
Absolutely. Thank you so much to all of you for your time. Thank you for your patience, even when things were moving a little bit slow. Thank you so much for your patience with us as your moderators, even on stage, not losing your tempers when we're like Can you hurry up? So thank you very much, and thank you, of course, to my co-host Alex, who I think needs a really, really warm round of applause, because
One last point, but not least, the mapping will continue, Nikos. And if people want to help us with the mapping process, because it's still at the beginning, so we need your help to improve the mapping in several regions. So please come together. Yeah. Thank you very much and have a great night.
Travel safely.
Oh, yeah, and we have a group photo now, if you can stay
Group photo.